Thank you all very much. His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the host of the 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2022, and guest of honor. Mr. Lee Junhua, Under-Secretary of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. Mr. Antonio M.A. Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Excellency Ministers, State Ministers, Ambassadors, Commissioners, Honorable National Delegates, participants of the 17th IGF, both here on site and all of you joining us online. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2022 Ethiopia, is now in session in Addis Ababa for a grand opening ceremony by His Excellency Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for joining us here today for this mega forum of the world of the Internet. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to His Excellency the Prime Minister, who is a great advocate of digital transformation and the world of cyber evolution in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is hugely proud to be the host of the 17th edition of the IGF and the third country on the African soil since its maiden launch in 2006. This year's grand hybrid gathering is underway under the overarching theme, Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, happening here in Addis Ababa, the diplomatic seat of the African continent, from the 28th of November to the 2nd of December 2022. To our international delegates, a very warm welcome to the vibrant Addis Ababa. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big welcoming applause to our international delegates. This global multi-stakeholder platform is a historic event for the host nation of over 120 million people, most of whom are young men and women. Ethiopia, the country, has demonstrated its commitment to the same goal by developing its own national digital strategy known as Digital Ethiopia 2025 with the motto, Digital Strategy for Inclusive Prosperity of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has also taken other enormous steps in pertinent areas such as liberalizing its telecom sector and drafting a data privacy policy soon to be approved by the Supreme Legislative Body, just to mention a few. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, the 17th annual IGF is being hosted in a fully hybrid format with the aim of accommodating the participation of stakeholders present on site in Addis Ababa or participating online in an equitable manner. This year's IGF is underway on a unique digital platform where meeting discussions are taking place in an equal manner for all participants, regardless of whether they connect from the venue or any other part of the world. The program of the forum has been developed around 5 themes: connecting all people and safeguarding human rights, avoiding internet fragmentation, governing data and protecting privacy, enabling safety, security, and accountability, and addressing advanced technologies, including AI. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 17th meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, and it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Antonio M.A. Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of UNECA, to give a welcoming address.
Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Lee Yuan, UN Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor hosting you at the United Nations Conference Center here in Addis Ababa. You are warmly welcome. Let me begin by extending my appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the government and people of Ethiopia for hosting this important event on African soil for the second time in the history of the IGF. I wish to also convey my sincere gratitude to the IGF Secretariat for making the UN IGF in Ethiopia a reality. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a year since we last have gathered in this forum in Katowice, in Poland, and the world has continued to face dramatic changes since that time. The compounded effects of the most recent global crisis, of climate change, of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the ripple effects of the war in Ukraine have made certain that the world will see even more challenges in the future, requiring increased foresight capabilities driven by and facilitating further digital transformation. This year's forum, under the overarching theme of a resilient internet for shared, sustainable, and common future, will focus many of its discussions on the critical challenge of binding the digital divide on multiple fronts in terms of connectivity, affordability, and relevant content. It presents a vital opportunity to discuss accelerators for digital transformation and bridging the digital divide through coordinated action and advocacy. In this regard, we must not forget where this forum is taking place. On the African continent, only 1 in 3 people has access to the internet. This means that an estimated 871 million people are not connected. Access to the internet becomes even more limited when we move from the urban to the rural areas. In addition, the usage gap is also becoming a pressing concern for Africa. Though 70% of Africa's population technically has access to mobile internet, less than 25% are making use of this service, resulting in an uptake gap of almost 50%. One key reason for this has been the high cost of mobile internet across the region, which automatically cuts off those in the low-income earning margin. The lack of digital and literacy skills is another key barrier to achieving digital inclusion. These skill gaps have been further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, where the expansion of online education, e-healthcare, e-commerce, and remote work have left a large portion of the population without internet access even further behind. The need for meaningful digital connectivity to boost sustainable development, particularly for the least developing countries, remains as true today as it ever has. Nevertheless, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while at the moment Africa lags in infrastructure in several key areas necessary for the development, like universal access to electricity, mechanization of production, and industry automation, significant progress is being achieved across the continent. The exponential increase in e-commerce has created new jobs and income earning opportunities which have the potential to spur household income, lift people out of poverty, and increase resilience of rural communities. In Ghana, for instance, a business-to-business e-commerce platform, AgroCenter, connects 10,000 farmers with buyers, allowing farmers to secure a higher price for their production. Clinic O, a startup in Guinea, is providing digital healthcare to rural Guinea, and Kenya has introduced coding classes for schooling-going children. The Zindi Africa platform, with its network of 50,000 data scientists, is another notable example of how we are finding innovative solutions to Africa's problems. The platform connects data scientists with various organizations and facilitates learning and job placements for young people. Countries are working to create enabling policy environments, with Nigeria signing the Startup Act 2022 in October of this year, providing companies with a 5-year tax break, joining Senegal and Tunisia, who have startup law frameworks in place. E-government is also taking root, helping to democratize access to social services and fostering social inclusion. In Rwanda, the online government services platform Irembo is allowing users to access, apply, and pay for government services. To date, Irembo has served over 11 million citizens in Rwanda and offers over 105 services online, ranging from civil status, health, education, land, travel, and transport services. Togo launched a called Digital Society Assistance Program, Novisi, an unconditional cash transfer to assist informal workers whose livelihoods have been upended by the coronavirus pandemic. As of March 2021, Novice has reached 970,000 beneficiaries and distributed approximately $23.9 million. And right here in Ethiopia, incredible work is being done in the deployment of innovative capabilities in robotics, machine learning, big data management, local languages processing, and computer visioning through the Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, ensuring that artificial intelligence supports socioeconomic programs such as health, education, agriculture, and decision-making process on urban administration, land administration, national disaster prevention, and environmental hazards. These examples are evident that the Africa digital landscape is changing. Now is the time to double down our efforts to close the digital infrastructure gap and to leverage digital technologies to power key initiatives in support of achieving a greener and more inclusive digital world and a just and sustained development for all. To this end, the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement would certainly benefit from digital transformation, enabling e-commerce, reducing information asymmetries, improving efficiency in supply chain management, trade facilitation in general, to name a few. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's IGF and the 5 sub-themes resonate well with the work of ECA. Over recent years, the Economic Commission for Africa has been implementing and promoting various activities in supporting, connecting all people, and safeguarding human rights, including through organizing coding camps, such as the Connected African Girls Coding Camp, which has enabled more than 25,000 girls and young women aged between 12 and 25 years from all over Africa to develop skills on critical domains for Africa's development. Avoiding internet fragmentation by engaging in standard-setting initiatives for an open and unfragmented internet with various organizations, such as the Policy and Digital Transformation Initiative under the African Union, International Telecommunications Union, and the Smart Africa Initiative on Single Digital Market. Governing data and protecting privacy through the development of the Africa Data Governance Framework, endorsed by the African Union Heads of State and Government in February of 2022, providing the continent with a framework for the governance of that data. Enabling safety, security, and accountability, recently through a partnership with the government of Togo to establish the African Center of Coordination and Research in Cybersecurity in Lomé, Togo. This is with a view to equipping the continent against cybersecurity threats and attacks. We are also launching a report on the cybersecurity guidelines model law at this IGF. And lastly, ECA is working to address the deployment of advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence, through supporting the establishment of the first African Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, ARCA, in Congo-Brazzaville, under the University Denis Sassou Nguesso, which was inaugurated in March 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the questions remain: how do we work towards and realize a resilient and unfragmented internet in our lifetime? There is need for a multi-sectoral approach that addresses these 5 priorities, which in turn reinforce the accelerated but sustainable realization of Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Let me leave you with what I see as key priorities moving forward. First, building resilient digital infrastructure is critical for development. Second, harmonizing regulations to remove barriers to connectivity is crucial. Third, context-specific and fit-for-purpose interventions are golden opportunities to create an ecosystem that enables public-private interconnectivity and a working national infrastructure. Fourth, the implementation of digital technologies should progressively and continually mirror key principles of inclusion, representation, and accessibility. Fifth, private sector involvement is key to spurring digital development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, for welcoming us to this grand forum and to the ultra-modern conference facility here in Addis Ababa. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Lee Junhua, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to say a few words and introduce the video message by the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Mr. Junhua, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Ethiopia. My dear colleague, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, I warmly welcome you to the official opening of the 17th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. I have the honor to invite the Secretary General to deliver his video message.
They are also outpacing regulations and exacerbating inequalities. We often hear that the future will be digital, but the future of digital must be human-centered. That ambition is reflected in your theme, building a resilient internet for a shared, sustainable and common future. It is also the motivation behind my proposed Global Digital Compact on an open, free, inclusive and secure digital future for all. We are aiming for this compact to be agreed by governments at the 2024 Summit of the Future, with inputs from technology companies, civil society, academia and others. The compact, firmly anchored in human rights, aims to deliver in 3 areas. First, universal connectivity, closing the digital divide and reaching the 3 billion people who are offline, the majority of whom live in the Global South. Second, a safe, secure, human-centered digital space begins with the protection of free speech, freedom of expression, and the right to online autonomy and privacy. But it does not end there. Governments, tech companies, and social media platforms have a responsibility to prevent online bullying and deadly disinformation that undermines democracy, human rights, and science. Third, the Digital Compact should focus on ways in which governments, working with technology companies and others, can foster the safe and responsible use of data. We are seeing the growing use and abuse of data. Our data is being used to shape and manipulate our perceptions without our even realizing it. Governments can exploit that data to control the behavior of their own citizens, violating human rights of individuals and groups. We need to keep working for a safe, equitable and open digital future that does not infringe on privacy or dignity. I urge the Internet Governance Forum and its leadership panel to help carry all of these issues forward, bringing together governments, the private sector, civil society and more through concrete actions for a safe, sustainable and inclusive digital future. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
pleased to greet the Internet Governance Forum.
Thank you.
Technologies that
I
are
join the
vital
Secretary
life
General
events.
in extending sincere thanks to our host, the government of Ethiopia, for bringing this important meeting back to its origin. My deep gratitude also goes to my colleagues in the Economic Commission for Africa for their outstanding support. Indeed, Internet Governance Forum received its mandate through the second phase of the World Summit on the Information Society held in Tunis in 2005. The Internet Governance Forum was again held in Africa more than 10 years ago in Nairobi in 2011. Yet, Africa is the least connected region with 60% of the population offline, representing a majority of the 2.7 billion people who are offline globally. This is in a dark contrast with the developed regions such as Europe, the most connected region with 89% of its population enjoying access to the internet. This places African countries and people at a greater societal disadvantage and risks them being left further behind. The vital role of the internet in building Africa's sustainable future cannot be overstated. It is my hope that the IGF will help accelerate Africa's transition to digital future. The internet is a springboard for us to rescue the sustainable development goals through the digital empowerment. Digital technologies and the internet are serving as engines of the growth and the providers of the essential services, including through the support to the e-government and the growing digital economies. Powered by the internet, digital jobs and the e-commerce are growing even during the crisis. For an open, free, and secure digital future for all, we need a resilient internet. The theme of the 17th Internet Governance Forum is most fitting. Our collective task here in Addis Ababa is to unleash the power and the potential of the resilient internet for our shared, sustainable, and common future. Building a resilient and empowering internet will mean addressing the dark side of our digital reality. While some are challenged by digital disruptions, the unconnected are left further behind, caught in the vicious cycle of the inequality, including intergenerational inequity. At the same time, the connected are confronted daily with misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, impacting how we live, how we work, and how we interact with each other. And the cyber attacks and the data fraud are more rampant than ever. Spam, hacking, phishing, denial of service attacks, invasion of the privacy, violation of the digital property rights, and the list goes on. Collectively, we must step up to deliver a digital future that accounts for and addresses these failings. We must ensure that the promise of the technologies is not clouded by misuse and abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where the Internet Governance Forum delivers as a convener and a connector. Global Internet governance is complex. No single person or institution can fully grasp its complexity or deliver a perfect solution. Joining us at this hybrid meeting, on-site or online, are leaders, experts, and stakeholders representing governments, international intergovernmental organizations, civil society, academia, technical communities, and business, engaged in over 300 different sessions in this entire week. I believe there will be insightful and refreshing exchanges. From connecting all people to safeguarding human rights, from avoiding internet fragmentation to governing data and protecting privacy, and enabling safety, security, and accountability, and in addressing advanced technologies, let us spare no efforts in highlighting the promises and the perils of the digital space. The inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach of the Internet Governance Forum creates a level playing field for sharing policy solutions, best practices, and experiences for identifying emerging issues and bringing in to the attention of the relevant bodies and the public. We must leverage the IGF to land the types of the concrete outcomes we want to see at all levels, whether it be in shaping global norms and standards or informing national level regulations. Dear colleagues, I look forward to being part of the many important exchanges in the days ahead. The digital frontier is where the truly transformational power will be realized and an important space for accelerating progress towards the SDGs. The United Nations is fully committed to work with all of you for an open, free, secure, and a resilient internet for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee Junhua, Under Secretary General of the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now have the great honor and unique privilege to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the guest of honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Liu Junha, Under Secretary of United Nations, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Intergovernmental Organizations, distinguished members of the private sector, the Technical Committee, civil society, and academia. Ladies and gentlemen, እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ. A warm welcome to our beautiful city and Africa's vibrant diplomatic capital, Addis Ababa. As you deliberate in upcoming days on the theme of resilient internet for a shared, sustainable, and common future, what better place to reflect on a common future than in the land of origins where humanity, as we know it all, began. Though it has been 11 years since the Internet Governance Forum was held on the African continent, Ethiopia is pleased to host the 2022 IGF and is honored to welcome this global and diverse audience for a taste of our history, culture, diversity, and ongoing transformation. Excellencies, the advent of the internet has no doubt revolutionized our global societies, economies, and politics. We currently find ourselves in a rapidly changing world order, with the internet impacting real-world developments and vice versa. The dynamism of our global community and the related socio-economic and political shifts warrant gatherings such as the IGF. They will help us to co-create a shared understanding on the use and governance of the internet. In a highly globalized context, and with the hopes of closing the digital divide, most, if not all, African nations have been leapfrogging in the realm. While there are many advantages to this, undoubtedly, plenty challenges confront and await us as a continent with the dark side of the internet requiring adequate policies and practice safeguards to be in place. For Ethiopia, the past 4 years have been full of challenges and opportunities. For example, the internet has supported the spread of disinformation as Ethiopia dealt with an armed rebellion in the northern part of the country. On the other hand, while the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the internet offered the opportunity to conduct some government activities and businesses online, allowing for creativity and the emergence of innovations. As a developing country, we recognize that our aspirations and international journey to realizing a prosperous Ethiopia, a conducive and inclusive for all, is intimately tied to advancement in technology. The internet thus provides a means of securing our ambitious targets as laid out in National 10-year Perspective Plan. At a time where we are emerging from harsh economic effects of global pandemic, a conflict, a vulnerabilities due to climate change, our economy is the third largest in sub-Saharan Africa. We remain steadfast in our commitment to achieving food sovereignty, increasing industrialization, boosting tourism, maximizing gains from our mining sector, and promoting a green and climate-conscious culture. All this are being supported through mainstreaming ICT, of which the internet is key. Excellencies, Ethiopia's ICT and digital transformation journey has been marked by key progress milestones aligned with the 5 sub-themes of the 17th IGF. Considering our large and growing population, improving connectivity and expanding accessibility has been a priority, with investments being made in infrastructure expansion, opening up the telecom sector to private investors and building government digital infrastructure. Internet coverage shows an increase from 19 million users in 2017 to 13 million in 2022. Rolling out 4G network in populated towns and 5G network in major cities is accelerating connectivity. Over 2,300 high schools throughout the country have internet access. 2 years ago, we adopted a national digital strategy which lays out a unified vision for Ethiopia's progress towards an inclusive digital economy. The strategy focuses on developing infrastructure, enabling systems, digital platforms, and building the digital ecosystem. In efforts to enabling safety, security, and accountability, the government has taken various measures to strengthen national cybersecurity institutions. Besides protecting the cyberspace of the country, these institutions are working on raising citizen awareness on related matters. The Ethiopian government recognizes the benefit of artificial intelligence and has committed to use the new technology for national development endeavors. We have established an institution dedicated to AI-related research and development activities in the country. We also established an AI institute dedicated to work on Ethiopia's national interest and competitiveness through the development of AI services, products, and solutions. The Institute is currently working in various sectors, including health, education, agriculture, transport, as well as on public protection and safety. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Internet's contribution to social development is immense. The democratization of knowledge and communication, access to entrepreneurship skills and new employment opportunities, healthcare access and education are a few noteworthy ones. However, today the principle of neutrality of the Internet is questioned. Giant platforms control the content that users can access. They control their personal data, and with the power of artificial intelligence, they very quickly cease to be gateways and rather become gatekeepers. In politics, it has also allowed greater participation, but it has also posed a threat to political stability, sovereignty, and democratic values of nations. The key elements of internet politics are the manipulation of information to frame ideas and behavior, spreading of misinformation and rumors by individuals protected by anonymity has become a common practice. Excellencies, our rapidly evolving global digital landscape is allowing us to produce massive amount of data, but cautious optimism is required and mainly around ownership of critical infrastructure, data strategy, and data governance and cybersecurity. Countering imbalances in ownership of submarine cables, terrestrial fiber optic networks, and data centers, as well as international data traffic routes, particularly for Africa, are dependencies that risk jeopardizing state autonomy. We need to have data strategies to strengthen privacy standards. We also need to prevent feeding the artificial intelligence industrial development and surveillance capacity of third parties. Data governance should also aim at harmonizing rules in the digital ecosystem to spur economic growth while protecting individual rights. African countries should be able to influence standards in a way that it corresponds with our values and enables us to participate in innovative emerging technologies. This is why the focus should be on building trust, equity, and security in cyberspace. The IGF was created to pave the way for discussions on issues that would ensure sustainability, security, stability, and development of the Internet. I would like to call upon this forum, whose quality of discussions and debates are renowned, to produce more than just reflections. We need to see tangible, pragmatic, and implementable proposals to ensure we create the resilient, safe, and inclusive global community we all want. I commit to review the deliberation of this forum and wish you all a successful 17th edition of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. Have a pleasant stay in Ethiopia, and I encourage you to visit our new Science Museum among the many new splendors of our vibrant city, Addis Ababa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, now His Excellency, the Prime Minister, will be joined by Mr. Lee Juan and also Mr. Pedro for a group picture before His Excellency, the Prime Minister, leaves us. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the Prime Minister, as I said earlier, is an ardent advocate of digital transformation and the cyberspace, especially for a developing country like his own. And it's something close to his heart. So I think he deserves a huge congratulation as he brings home this huge global gathering to Addis Ababa for days of important deliberations in this case. Would you please sit down, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, so the 17th edition of the IGF 2022 Ethiopia has officially been opened and launched by His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We will now proceed to the remaining program, and I'll leave the floor to the gentleman who you see at the podium to take over. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful time here.
Hello? Oh, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to ask all the opening session speakers to please come and sit in front. I think we are missing 2 of them. Just by your nameplates. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the hosts. I think this is one of the most efficient opening ceremonies. We started before time and we finished before time as well. I mean, it has never happened before. We usually are late, so this is really great. So we're about to start the opening session where we're going to have speeches by some of our stakeholders. So if you could please take your seats. And let me see if I see everybody. Yes, okay. And not to be outdone by our hosts, I think we will just start. If you could take your seats, please. Okay, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening session of IGF 2023, our 17th IGF. Without much further ado, let me please call on our first speaker, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the ITU Secretary General-elect. Please. Okay. Hello?
Okay, I think that's better. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's exciting to be back in Africa, the continent where the IGF was born, and where the potential of digital transformation to drive growth and prosperity is nowhere greater. Thinking about the many challenges that face us today, I was reminded about the words of the former UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan, at the first World Summit on the Information Society. he reminded each and every one of us that we have an active role to play in the digital transformation that's reshaping our world. Technology has produced the information age, he said. Now, it's up to all of us, to build an information society. This year's IGF comes at a watershed moment for governments searching for ways to connect their citizens, for the tech sector currently experiencing its own forms of disruption, and for the UN system as it prepares to negotiate a global agreement setting out a shared vision of what digital needs to deliver for we, the peoples. The Global Digital Compact envisages an open, free, inclusive, and secure digital future for all. That's a bold vision. It's a bold vision in a world where 1/3 of humanity has never, ever connected to the internet. And it's a bold vision in a world where risks associated with digital technologies are multiplying, and they require global collaborative solutions. Yes, it's an ambitious vision, but it's a vision that we absolutely need to embrace. We need to embrace it as a global community, because not to do so would mean squashing the greatest opportunity that humanity has ever had to create a fairer, more prosperous, and more inclusive world for all. Digital technology is a uniquely powerful enabler. Through digital, we can put life-changing power, the life-changing power of education in the hands of all. We can empower the socially and economically disadvantaged. We can ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to healthcare. We can turbocharge human knowledge through collaboration in science, engineering, agriculture, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear that we will never attain the SDGs, those 17 SDGs, without the power of ICTs. And so as we approach the 2030 target, let me ask you, how will futures, if we fail to use the tools, that are so readily available to build a better future for all? Last year at this conference, I urged us to embrace the theme of Internet United, and to think about our digital future as one community. The recent ITU Plenipotentiary Conference, in the same vein, urged us to connect and unite. This is what the Global Digital Compact aspires to do. With its global reach and mandate, the United Nations is the right place to come together and to forge a shared vision for our digital future. And as the UN Agency for Digital Technologies, ITU, with its unique membership of governments, the private sector, civil society, can mobilize the broader digital community and help to bring all voices to the table. Our collaborative culture and the relationships that we've established are all resources that the UN family can draw upon to deliver universal, affordable, meaningful, and resilient connectivity for all. And of course, a durable global digital compact that delivers on this vision. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you were present at the WSIS, at the Tunis phase of the WSIS? I see at least one of them right here, Vinsurf. Others? I was, one in the back. My friend from Turkey as well. And I know many others, I think, that are following online. We're also there. It was there that, at least I remember, the spirit of optimism that was demonstrated, the international goodwill that really characterized the summit. And of course now, 20 years later, we find ourselves at another inflection point. The networks and services that we shaped collectively through digital cooperation are now, in turn, reshaping our world. We have a duty to future generations to guide that evolution and to ensure that the outcomes are beneficial and not destructive, so that people are empowered by the positive potential of technology rather than cowered by its dark side. So let me close by returning once again to the words of Kofi Annan. While technology shapes the future, he said, it is people who shape technology and decide what it can and what it should be used for. We, the international community, have an opportunity and we have an obligation to work together to forge a digital future where access to fast, safe, inclusive, and affordable internet is a given and not a privilege. I look forward to taking this journey with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, IT Secretary General-elect. Now I won't move the mic because then everybody will be moving it down. Now I'd like to call upon Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information, UNESCO. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first start answering Doreen Bogdan Martin's question. Yes, I was at the 2005 World Summit on the Information Society. And as we all know, Tunisia hosted that year the World Summit on the Information Society, which was the birthplace of the IGF. So I come from North Africa, and I'm very delighted being here in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Ethiopia, as the representative of the UNESCO Director General at this important event. UNESCO has been very much involved in the IGF since its start. UNESCO has even hosted the 2018 edition of the IGF at its Paris headquarters. We continue our work with the IGF stakeholders, including through our Internet Universality Indicators and the UNESCO Rome X framework. For those of you who are not familiar with it, let me define the 4 key letters in Rome. R standing for human rights, O for open, A for accessible, and M for multi-stakeholder approach to digital development and to internet usage. We recognize that the internet and digital technologies are the backbone of digital transformation, a topic that His Excellency the Prime Minister emphasized in his opening remarks. But there is no successful digital transformation it's not anchored in human rights and other key humanistic values, a message that Doreen emphasized in her opening remarks. So there are 3 key questions in this digital transformation journey that I think we should all answer. Why to transform? What to transform? And how to transform. I think the case for change, the why, is quite obvious to all of us. But what is not as easy to answer is, what are the boundaries of digital transformation and how to execute, how to implement, how to deploy. Again, our Rome X approach, which is very much cross-cutting in terms of topics, including gender equality, including climate change, and the 303 indicators that we have developed to conduct a national assessment of digital readiness. We are delighted to say that so far, 44 countries have used the UNESCO Rome framework and Internet universality indicators, 17 of which are African nations. Actually, it was just last week that Ethiopia released its report on the national digital assessment through the UNESCO framework and indicators. We live in an era where digital platforms are becoming dominant. We know in many countries the youth spending more than a couple of hours per day connecting to digital platforms. We know in some countries the primary source of news for 80% of the population is a digital or social media platform. The Prime Minister mentioned some of the key public hazards in that: disinformation, misinformation, hate speech online, conspiracy theories, cyberbullying, online harassment of professionals, and so on and so forth. That's not the resilient, open, accessible internet that we all want. We don't want the internet to become a place for public hazard. We don't want the internet to become a place for public harm. We want an internet where information is ensured to be a public common good. How can we go about that? I am pleased to announce that UNESCO is organizing next February a global conference on regulating digital platforms to ensure information is a public good while safeguarding freedom of expression online. When I say regulating digital platforms, I don't mean censoring digital platforms. That's why I added how to regulate digital platforms to ensure information is a public good and not a public hazard while safeguarding freedom of speech. We have been preparing for this major conference in an inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach involving the 193 member states of UNESCO, civil society, academia, research institutions, but also, very important stakeholder, the technology companies and the digital platform operators, without which our declaration will remain just a paper exercise. It is the technology companies and the digital platform operators who have to abide by the global regulatory principles that will be the outcome of this conference. Of course, we don't mean to be a substitute to national regulatory bodies, but we want to come up with a global model for regulation of digital platforms accepted by all stakeholders involved. Let me just conclude by saying UNESCO will continue to work closely with other members of the UN family, with different stakeholders, be it civil society, academia, private sector, research institutions. We are pleased to continue the discussions regarding the World Summit on the Information Society +20 review, the future of the IGF, and hopefully to contribute to the Global Digital Compact, but also to the UN Summit for the Future of September 2024. Let me here quote in closing the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who said, "There are two key challenges that we are facing in the 21st century, climate change and digital transformation. Certainly, we can hopefully contribute to the solutions or sustainable solutions for both key challenges." I wish you a fruitful IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director General. Our next speaker, representing our IGF youth speakers, will be Ms. Lily Edinam Botsea.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lily Edina Mboche, and I coordinate the Ghana Youth Intergovernance Forum. Today, I represent the youth and youth voices across the world, a group that is by far the largest users of the internet and actively contributing to building its core. I can see a couple of young people around, and if you're youth or youth at heart, you can just give a wave. Right, I can see a couple of us. That is pretty cool. So I especially want to commend the IGF Secretariat's effort led by Anya Gengo and the staunch involvement of several young people and youth groups across the world for this year's IGF Youth Track, and the work that has been put in the process to be able to organize sessions across the globe in Eurodig, in the African IGF, in the Asia-Pacific region, and also in the Latin American region. This year was all-inclusive and had many people being represented, and we're super proud of what we've been able to achieve. Our discussions have focused on opportunities for digital transformation, challenges and steps to achieve better digital future. Though the dynamics of our youth engagement is gradually changing, many young people in rural areas and remote communities are still not included in the debate around internet governance and just generally in technology policy space. Many are constrained by poverty, unemployment, and other social and economic marginalization. Additionally, digital threats and risks are constantly increasing. There are multiple challenges preventing youth from fully benefiting from digital transformation, and notable amongst these are the cost of connectivity, internet shutdowns, and then digital illiteracy. The changes we seek can be attained by rethinking ideas like youth are newbies, are inexperienced, and probably will only benefit from capacity building sessions. And we have to move this from this thought to the shift in seeing young people or recognizing us for the expertise we bring on board and the creation of the space for us to have discussions around issues that matter to us and where our particular needs are met. Again, considering the possibility of decentralized funding and supporting models from the private sector and other organizations may be the future of meaningful participation for youth in internet governance. We have a report that will be shared at the closing probably and also made available for our action-oriented points that have come from the discussions we've had over the weeks and months building up to this conference. The future of a secure, robust, and open internet is inherently a matter of youth who are at the forefront developing its core. We are poised to build mutual understanding between stakeholders in the internet community in order to make better policies. Towards building an internet for all, young people are ready to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. Our next speaker does not need any introduction. I would like to call Mr. Vint Cerf, Chair of the IGF Leadership Panel, and also one of the fathers of the internet.
Thank you very much, Chengetai. You know, when people clap before you have said anything, it probably is a good time to just sit down because it won't get any better than that. I really appreciated Lily's remarks, "Oh, to be young again." Distinguished excellencies in attendance and remotely, I join my fellow speakers in gratitude for the generosity of our host, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and equally great appreciation for Chengetai Masango and his IGF Secretariat, and the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group under the leadership of Paul Mitchell for their dedicated organization of this 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. The leadership panel acknowledges the charge from the UN Secretary General Guterres to engage productively with the MAG, the participants of the annual IGF, and with the participants of national and regional IGFs. Our aim is to amplify and facilitate the exposure of IGF outputs to other bodies relevant to the health and function of the internet and the ecosystem which it has created. The challenge before us is to realize the demonstrated and potential benefits of the internet now that we know that it can be both a productive environment and one in which material harms can be perpetrated. The world is looking at the IGF, its leadership panel, its MAG, and the IGF participants to throw light in dark corners and highlight paths to successful use of the internet for all the world's internauts in the countries in which they live. We now know that among other important properties, accountability and agency are primary desiderata in the internet ecosystem. Our job is to articulate what are the desirable properties of that system: safety, security, privacy, utility, accessibility in both senses of the word, affordability, resilience, operational sustainability, adaptability, and many more that I'm sure you can add. You will hear those words repeatedly in this conference, and you already have heard them several times this afternoon. Since the first World Summit on the Information Society, we have collectively admired the Internet's problems and its beneficial possibilities, and we have described them in some detail. It's time to start taking concrete steps to realize the system that we collectively want. To that end, in support of others working on digital cooperation and the Global Digital Compact, such as the UN Secretary General's Tech Envoy, the leadership panel is committed to offering concrete examples of actions that can lead to improvement in today's internet and more generally, the digital environment. I hope that the world of 2045 will look back at the work we've undertaken and be grateful for the work we do this week and in the years ahead. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Our next speaker is Under Secretary General Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, who is the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology.
Well, Vint told us to just roll up our sleeves and get to work. And what am I doing here? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here in Addis, in this beautiful city. And it is a delight to see the IGF come back home to Africa. Tunis is where it all started, and Doran started us down the memory lane. And it's great that IGF is now coming back to Africa. And it's also great to see the growth of this community. Many more regional IGFs, many more national IGFs. So it's truly becoming a community that's built from the bottom up. And it's also great to see its multi-stakeholder character come alive in all the sessions, all the different discussions that take place, in the deliberations of the MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and in the newly constituted IGF Leadership Panel, which Windsurf and Mario Ressa are co-chairing. A lot has been achieved in 17 years. A lot more needs to be done. When the Secretary General started a reflection on digital cooperation in 2018, one of the key areas of focus was how do we reinforce the governance of digital technologies. Not just the internet itself, but the digital world writ large. In the years since, the importance of the digital transformation has been universally recognized. Today, each and every UN agency has digital transformation and related issues as one of its top priorities. That's good to see. But I think we need to work harder on improve how we govern these technologies. The Internet Governance Forum itself needs to up its game. That's the reason why in the Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation, there was a focus on the IGF plus governance approach. And the leadership panel, which has had its first meetings these past 24 hours, has its task cut out. You all have your task cut out to make sure that this community, this vibrant community, which has achieved so much, is fit for purpose for the coming years. The challenges are many. The speakers before me have described some of those challenges. And in Africa in particular, there are three important priorities. One is simply connecting the unconnected. It's the hard work of building the physical infrastructure for digital connectivity. It's the hard work of bringing down costs of data. It's the hard work of building digital literacy, building content in local languages, building local data sets. And then that's not going to be enough. There will be a need to focus on another priority, which is the guardrails, the common rails that need to be there for inclusive participation in the digital economy. Today, digital public infrastructures, digital public goods are part of our vocabulary. But there are very few countries who have realized the power of digital public infrastructure. And we need to take that message to many, many more countries. How do we lower the entry barriers for participation in the digital economy, whether it is small startups or an informal business that needs to do payments online? There are many, many areas of economic activity that can be facilitated through the wise use of digital public infrastructure, digital public goods in the form of these guardrails and common rails. The third priority area for Africa, and perhaps for most countries across the globe, is the data ecosystem. I hesitate to add artificial intelligence. It has become such a buzzword, but I think that will not happen if you don't have the data foundations. So which means data science capacity, the human resource around data, especially human resource at the junction of digital and other domains. Agriculture and food security, health, the green transition, mentioned as one of the two great transitions currently underway, the energy transition, addressing energy poverty in Africa, building the smart grids of the future. So in those areas, we need to build the capacity, human capacity. We also need to build the data sets for the future. This is not a rich country problem. This is not a big tech problem. It is everyone's challenge. We need to make sure that Africa doesn't lag behind on the data and AI race. So we have to run these three races at the same time. And I'm sure you'll be up to the task, and this forum, this community will support through knowledge exchange, through guidelines on policy approaches, through capacity development, these three priority areas. Finally, to conclude, I want to spend a few moments reflecting on the Global Digital Compact. The Secretary General, in his message to this conference, has underlined why we need to reflect on an open, free, secure, an inclusive digital future for all. There are a number of reasons related to misuse, related to the abuse that we see online. My colleague from UNESCO mentioned all the challenges that we have there. But there is also the problem of missed opportunities. The SDGs agenda, Agenda 2030, has had a setback because of the COVID pandemic, the effects of other shocks, geopolitical shocks, economic shocks, and we will not be able to catch up if we don't leverage the digital opportunity. But the question is, how do we actually do that? So the Global Digital Compact is an opportunity for us to harness that opportunity, to also address the misuse, the risks associated with these technologies, particularly when we are on the cusp of moving to the next generation of intelligent networks, the Internet of Things, quantum computing, neural implants, and many, many other technologies which are founded in digital, but which are stretching beyond our current policy and governance frameworks. This process leading up to the Global Digital Compact in 2024 will be a multi-stakeholder process. Member states, of course, have the lead. They will have to negotiate this document, but all of you, the multi-stakeholder communities from academia, from the private sector, from the tech sector, from civil society, have a role to play, not only in bringing more nuance, more urgency, and more factfulness to these policy discussions, but also in ensuring that once the compact is adopted, it's taken forward, it's implemented, its guidance is landed in the practice of not only governments, but also the private sector, civil society, academia, and the technology networks. It's a huge task, and we have made a good beginning. This forum has 5 items on its agenda, and those 5 items are closely aligned with the themes that the Global Digital Compact is likely to address. So the outcome of your deliberations would be a crucial input into that process going into the Summit of the Future in 2024. I wish you all the very best for your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Under Secretary General Gill, and we look forward to submitting the outputs of this IGF into the Global Digital Compact process. Our second last speaker is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, Mr. Joran Marby.
Hello, everybody. It's a problem to be one of the last distinguished speakers, not being that distinguished. So I thought I'm going to do it and actually listen to Wint then. Don't worry, the only thing I'm going to do is roll up my sleeves. I always do what Wint says. Funny enough, I was thinking about Wint just when I was preparing this speech, because we were in a panel, IGF panel in Geneva. And at that panel, everybody suddenly talked about internet as a bad thing. It was all about fake news, the problems on the internet, etc., etc. And I remember me looking at each other saying, this is not the internet I know. So I will try to give you a little bit more of a positive picture of what's happening in the world. But I also represent the technical community, so I'm going to be nerdy. But first of all, hello and welcome to the internet. Welcome to this room and welcome here. I'm really happy to be here. This is one of my favorite places to be. ICANN has been a supporter of the IGF since its start. And we do that because we think this is an important place for people, stakeholders, governments, civil society, and just people coming together and talk to each other. It's not the outcome important. I see this as a big school, and especially coming to Africa and learn so much what all the things that's happening here helps me and benefits me and my organization. But we shouldn't forget, the power of the internet comes from being one single, interoperable global resource that is accessible globally and locally at the same time. It brought us closer together because it is borderless. and owned by no one, and yet controlled by everyone. The internet is a network of networks that relies on this common set of technical protocols and standards that allows these networks to communicate with each other. Thus allowing us to interact. These technical rules essentially ensure what we call interoperability, which is a crucial aspect of technology to ensure that it's accessible for everybody, everywhere, from a technical perspective. Every time you go online, you hit about something that comes from ICANN and from our technical partners. We do that for free. We do that for you. And how do we define the internet? The internet is used. We have many different words to call the internet. So I'm from the technical community, so I'll make it simple. What you do when you go online is you use three parts, what we call the DNA of the internet. The IP protocol, the DNS, and the IP addresses. If you don't use this, you're not on the internet anymore. Often, when you think you're on the internet, you might end ending up in someone's computer. You actually left the internet and gone somewhere else. The internet is a system of trust. And this trust comes from a technical coordination governed by the multi-stakeholder model. Funny enough, it's voluntarily for you to use those parts of the DNA. You can actually choose to use something else. The funny thing is 5 billion people have decided to use this technical DNA. And as long as everybody uses the same technical protocols, there will be one single global internet that knows no geographical borders whatsoever. And there's no single group, or government, or company that actually controls this. We have seen attempts by governments, we have seen attempts by companies, we have seen, for good reasons or bad reasons, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, to take this over this. So far, we've been able, with the help of you, to sustain the model we have, the core functioning of the internet. ICANN is a part of an internet ecosystem, and I have some of my friends here from the ITF, AIB, and other ones, and the RERs, who are actually part of this technical community, and I just humbly represent them. We work very closely together to give you the ability to the internet. And we've done that for a large part of 40 years. You never hear the internet went down, have you? Your operator might go down, your Wi-Fi might be taken over by your son, but you never hear the fact that the internet went down. And that is because it's designed by some very smart people to make sure it doesn't go down. What I understand is the last time we had a technical issue was 35 years ago. Through the internet, through the multi-stakeholder model, we've been able to do this. And that's why I'm so happy to be here, to have those discussions with also with other policymakers. We're not done. You might think that you go online and everything works. And I can bet you probably speak English. 80% of all the content on the internet and domain names and other things are actually in English. Less than 20% of all people in the world speaks English. Our next big generational change of the internet is to make internet accessible regardless of which language, which culture, which you come from, which keyboard you want to use, it's accessible to the internet. That's a really big thing, where I invite especially governments to help us in this effort as being a big buyer of IT equipment, which is really important to us. And on that note, on Thursday, we are proud to, and I hope you will join us, where we are going to launch something we call the Coalition for Digital Africa, where we're going to introduce more methods, especially here in Africa, to, for instance, be able to support the more than 3,000 languages and scripts that exist only in Africa. I also want to thank Doreen in her previous role as the director of IGOD. Together a couple of months ago, 6 or 7 months ago, maybe longer, we made an announcement together that we're building the first, or have built, the first, what we call the IMRS cluster, which you don't really know what it is, but I tell you. We did that in Kenya. We officially launched it 2 weeks ago. What we saw by us doing that investment, and we did that investment, we didn't ask anyone for money to do it, we saw that more of the internet traffic now stays in Africa. Why is that important? It increases the speed of the internet in Africa, at the same time increases the resiliency, but also the security of the system. How do we know this? That's by interactions we hear from the IGF and other ones. This is where we meet. I thank you very much for my time, and I roll up my sleeve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marvin. Our final speaker, but not least, is Ms. Jamil Venturini, Co-Executive Director of Derechos Digitales. I hope I said that right.
I guess it's good. Your Excellencies, dear delegates, dear colleagues, participants of this IGF, good morning. My name is Jamila Venturini. I live and I am from Brazil. And today I'm here as a representative of Derechos Digitales, Latin America, and on behalf of the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. For many of us, this is the first edition of the IGF that we attend in person after the pandemic effects hit us all in different ways. This IGF has the imprint of a re-encounter to continue shaping the governance of the internet to ensure that it contributes to the common good, to a just, equitable, and sustainable digital future. The 17th edition of the IGF takes place in a moment when the exacerbated effects of overlapping global crises, such as the weakening of democracy, wars, climate change, among others, are felt strongly but differently in different contexts. Extrapolated to the digital sphere, those crises have translated into the intensification of polarizing and stigmatizing narratives, the magnified, pervasive, and concentrated power of big corporations over the digital space, and the rising of new forms of digital and data colonialism and authoritarianism, just to mention a few. But what does this all mean for internet governance? In my view, it means the following key things. First, all these recent crises are created or exacerbated by structural inequalities and power imbalances, which we need to acknowledge as we develop discussions on internet governance. Technologies have the potential to exacerbate such imbalances and inequalities, and this became evident during the pandemic. When a small part of the global population could continue their activities safely and remotely, while another part continues to pay the price of being excluded. But can technology also play a role in mitigating such inequalities? The answer is yes, and we have several examples of that. However, for them to be sustainable and become the norm, we need to deeply review our priorities and find ways to make the best possible uses of the existing international processes. As power imbalances affect internet governance spaces as well, more proactive actions towards building effective multi-stakeholder processes and increasing broader participation on all digital cooperation and governance discussions are urgently needed. International organizations should set the example and include proactive measures to allow historically marginalized groups to have their voices heard and meaningfully considered. And this includes intergovernmental and standard-setting and technical organizations, development agencies and banks, among several others, which should also build transparency and accountability mechanisms into their own processes and pressure national governments and global tech companies in the same direction. The IGF is a central piece of the internet governance ecosystem and key to improve the coordination in global internet governance and digital cooperation. We look forward to the role that the IGF leadership panel can play to consolidate the IGF as a platform for identifying viable ways to shape, sustain, and strengthen genuinely democratic governance processes. One second point I want to bring to my initial question on the relationship between the multiple crises that affects us and this IGF is that the internet is embedded in people's lives, and digitization impacts both those connected and the unconnected. The internet should serve to promote empowerment and agency of groups in situation of marginalization, not the contrary. And they should be able to participate actively in the decisions that are affecting their futures. For instance, the gaps in internet access continues to be a critical challenge in Africa and broadly throughout the global south. Greater effort can be placed in contextualizing connectivity in order for communities to fully benefit from it. Expanding the telecommunications ecosystems to include locally driven, community-oriented solutions can help to drive appropriate content, local innovation, and community ownership, as well as economic change in many areas in Africa and elsewhere, as several leaders and grassroots organizations present here have already proved. They should be part of any discussion on internet government. Women and LGBT+ groups should also be part of any discussion on these matters, and they have already played a key role in building a resilient and sustainable digital future. Concrete measures should be taken to foster their participation in digital cooperation and governance conversations, and to protect their rights, including to life and freedom of expression. We are constantly under attack due to gender-based political violence against the ones who occupy decision-making spaces, or to insist to raise their voices against injustices. Finally, I cannot stand here without echoing civil society's call for the reestablishment of internet access across the African region and beyond, and the promotion of a free, open, and secure internet that allows us to fully exercise their fundamental rights. While we celebrate the existence of the IGF, itself a result of significant civil society pressure, we stress the need for it to play a leading role in fostering human rights, gender and environmental justice perspectives into digital cooperation and internet governance conversations towards the future that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Venturini. I think that brings a close to our opening session. With the Ethiopian calendar, it is 2015, but it doesn't mean that they are behind times, because we are ahead of time, and we'll actually close for lunch early. Just one reminder is that we do have a daily bulletin, and there are some copies around, and you can also access it through our website for the daily bulletin. Thank you all, and thank you for attending.
ወንበሩ ሲነሳ የታረረው ወንበሩ ሲነሳ ሶስቱ ላይ
Check, 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 sound check, 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 check. check, check. Testing, 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 sound check, sound check, testing, sound check, testing, check, 1, 2, check.
Okay, thank you all.
Test one. Test one.
Everybody's speaking English, so do I need this? I think everybody's speaking English.
Okay, right?
Oh, I'm not sure, but
So just in case,
just in case I'll
say
keep
it.
it.
Yes, it's on. It's on.
Yeah. Do you
Okay,
want
good.
me
You
to
have the
put
roll
you
up
back
your
over there?
sleeves again?
Okay.
afternoon. Once again, good afternoon. Everybody's awake? Did you have Ethiopian coffee? I would like to welcome you to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to the 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. I would also like to welcome you to our high-level session to discuss an important topic on digital trust and security. My name is Solomon Kassa. I'm the producer and host of a weekly science and TV show on Ethiopian Broadcasting Services, a founder of 1888 EC, a tech venture studio here in Addis, and a senior technology advisor and strategist. And I'll be your moderator for this panel. Our digital security is under threat. Malicious actors are targeting the critical infrastructures of hospitals, airports, power grids with devastating human consequences. With severe attacks that have evolved in scope, sophistication, and targets, the internet is literally a virtual battleground or battlefield. FBI's 2021 Internet Crime Report highlights, in the US alone, it received a record number of 847,376 complaints from the American public in 2021, which was a 7% increase from 2020, with the potential losses exceeding $6.9 billion. In the past couple of years, COVID-19 contributed to new cybersecurity threats, the need for acceleration of digitalization, as well as investments in cybersecurity measures. Cyber attacks have grown globally as well, with sophistication, number, and impact in 2021. The global cost of cybercrime is staggering. It exceeds $6 trillion that year alone in 2021. This is according to a remark by the head of Leonardo, an Italian firm for aerospace, defense, and security, during his speech at Cybertech Europe 2022 conference in Rome. This is just a highlight of what's happening in the cyberspace in terms of security and trust. With attacks like phishing, SMS campaigns, malware, disinformation, misinformation, ransomware, and crypto crime, cybercrimes have been on the rise. Meanwhile, technologies like AI and blockchain have proved capable of both damaging and protecting the environment. Several international efforts are underway to increase the global response to digital threats and develop norms, mechanisms, and confidence-building measures to boost trust and security in cyberspace. On the climate side, the ITU has launched standards promoting green data centers, a coalition to produce the global e-waste monitor. As digitalization is a key driver of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, considering all digital challenges is necessary. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, and I quote, "Looking to the future, two seismic shifts will shape the 21st century, the climate crisis and digital transformation," end of quote. Enabling that transformation includes mitigating digital risks. This session with this group of experts and distinguished panelists will explore gaps and barriers affecting digital trust and security in regional and global contexts, translate international normative frameworks into practical implementations, and share best practices for enhancing collaboration and coordination among stakeholders to build cyber resilience and align digital trust and security principles with the 2030 agenda. And to discuss these very critical aspects of the internet, we are so privileged to have a group of distinguished experts on this panel, both in person and online, hopefully, who will share with us their insights and perspectives. And I would like to invite our panelists who are online to turn on their camera at this point. Before starting our session, I'll briefly introduce our panelists. Everybody's here. Okay. Mr. Thomas Hendrik Ilves, former president of Estonia and co-chair of the Global Futures Council on Blockchain Technology. He's also a member of IGF Leadership Panel, and he's joining us online. Her Excellency Ms. Mufariat Kamil, Minister of Ethiopian Ministry of Labor and Skills. Her Excellency Ms. Emma Theophlos, Deputy Minister of Namibia's Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. Mr. Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister of Policy Coordination for Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Ms. Bela Cherkeseva, Deputy Minister for Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media of the Russian Federation, and she's joining us online. Mr. Wei Zhongchen, Acting Executive Director of UN Counterterrorism Executive Directorate. Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General-elect of ITU. Mr. Taufik Jalasi, Assistant Director for UNESCO's Communication and Information. Mr. Ned Fick, US Ambassador at Large for Cyberspace and Digital Policy. Mr. Rémi Marichou, Ambassador of France to Ethiopia. I hope I said it right. I'm not a Francophone. Mr. Nathalie Jorsma, the Netherlands Ambassador at Large for Security Policy and Cyber. Dr. Mark Norma, Director of NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. Mr. Chris Painter, President of Global Forum on Cybersecurity Expertise. Mr. Chris Sharrock, Vice President of UN and International Organizations at Microsoft. He's joining us online. And Mr. Thabo Mashagoni, Chairman of Africa ICT Alliance. Let's welcome our panelists with a round of applause, please. Just a few housekeeping items before we dive into our great discussion. I would like to kindly inform and remind our great panelists that each of you will be given a minute and a half to give your responses. I'll keep an eye on my timer, and I might kindly pause you to move on to the next panelist. We also have our great colleague who's going to be the boss for the next 2 hours in front of you to remind you that your time is up with the flag. That's the great weapon for the next 2 hours. But I have full confidence in each of you that we won't have to do all of that because you will keep your responses to 90 seconds. After I read each question, I will call the panelist's name to give their responses. With that, we're ready to kick it off. So multi-stakeholder collaboration, which you can see here in display, gratefully, both in private and public, is critical to safeguard our digital space. So our first question is, what are the factors necessary for building digital trust and security between states and other key players? And what are the best ways to build an international trust framework that accommodates differing geopolitical worldview? Mr. Chen, over to you.
Thank you, Solomon. I'm glad that I have been asked to be the first speaker to respond because I might doze off due to the jet lag of my flight from New York. You know, I see that we have a very challenging situation here. And we have more complex issues in this regard. We see that there is a trust deficit between jurisdictions. Not only for this, but also there is also the trust deficit between governmental agencies and the service providers. Trust deficit between law enforcement agencies and human rights advocates. And also trust deficit between service providers and users. So I think that's as complex as that one when we talk about building the trust between governments. So in this regard, we believe that the multi-stakeholders collaboration, the public-private partnership, the all-government, all-civil society, all-society approach will be key to achieve that goal. The positive note is that the UN has this convening power, and it has already started on a long journey to explore various ways to build that common understanding and perhaps finally the consensus. Back to you, Solomon.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jarsma?
Thank you so much, Solomon. And good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to the host government of Ethiopia for hosting us. It is really a pleasure to be here. On building trust, let me start by saying that without trust in digital products, people won't use digital products. So that means that societies cannot reap the benefits of digitalization. And as we also heard this morning, then it would have a negative impact on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So trust is crucial for achieving the SDGs. Digital trust is the result of many factors and relationships between different stakeholders. But your question is specifically about states and building trust between states. And I believe that starts with transparency. Transparency on, for example, the interpretation of international law, on national legislation, on its implementation, on intentions, on procedures that are in place in order to respect interests of other states. And it also has to do with holding states accountable. And there, I believe that all stakeholders have a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arsman. I think we have Mr. Fick online, or here. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon, and thank you all very much. My name's Nate Fick. This is my first IGF. I'm the new U.S. Ambassador for Cyberspace and Digital Policy. I think you're right to focus on the word trust. Trust is the currency of the digital domain, and it's more important than ever. We're connecting something like 1 billion devices per quarter to the internet. That trend is accelerating. Organizations of all kinds are migrating to the cloud, and the COVID pandemic accelerated trends around decentralization of people and their associated technologies in every enterprise. So this is more important than ever. I'll highlight two concrete factors in building digital trust and security. The first is adopting an inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach. I think the multi-stakeholder term is especially important in this forum. My own background is as an internet entrepreneur and a technology investor, so I have a personal, visceral appreciation for the importance of the private sector and civil society organizations. And I think that durable consensus requires their engagement at every step. The second factor, I'll point to the framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace, which all, I repeat, all UN member states have repeatedly affirmed as a foundation for building trust among states on cybersecurity. I would challenge any of us to come up with anything on which all UN member states would agree and sign today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fick. Over to you, Mr. Painter.
Thank you. And like the other speakers, I endorse everything they said. I was in the government, and now I'm a multi-stakeholder, so I've seen both sides of this. And in 30 years of doing cybersecurity and fighting cybercrime, which I've done in my career, I've seen the threats grow in sophistication, in number, and particularly in impact. So trust between countries is vitally important, but it's also important to note, as others have said, that countries are not the only players here. They're important players, but civil society, the private sector have a role. And so that multi-stakeholder approach is important. And I'm going to focus on an aspect that my organization, the GFC, does, which is cyber capacity building, because the way I look at capacity building is it is vital, it's foundational to to combating all the bad things we see on the internet, all the threats we've been talking about this morning and now, but also achieving all the good things. If we're going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, if we're going to achieve all the positive things the internet has to offer, we need to engage in capacity building, because states, and focusing on states for a second, if they can't meaningfully engage in these processes, if they don't have the capabilities to secure and have resilience of their own systems, they won't be able to get anywhere. So capacity building really is a key underlying effort that my organization helps promote with members, both countries, civil society, and private sector from around the world. And that collaboration between those parties to do capacity building, to undergird all these things, including taking forward the norms goals, is critically important. So I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Magishu.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, les ambassadeurs, chers délégués, défendre une vision commune d'un cyberespace sûr et équitable pour tous est une priorité de mon pays, la France. La confiance et la sécurité passent d'abord par le respect du droit international. La coopération en matière de renforcement des capacités, ça vient d'être évoqué, est également essentielle. Je tiens à préciser que l'enjeu collectif n'est pas d'accommoder certaines visions divergentes. Notre priorité est bien de garantir un Internet en tant que bien numérique commun, ouvert, sûr, neutre et sécurisé. Pour assurer la confiance, qui est la question qui nous occupe, et la sécurité numérique, l'approche multipartite est déterminante. Donc les États, les organisations internationales, la société civile et les plateformes, nous sommes tous collectivement responsables. C'est une méthode de travail inclusive que nous souhaitons poursuivre de manière proactive. À ce sujet, la France a lancé 3 initiatives que la plupart d'entre vous connaissent. Le premier, c'est l'appel de Christchurch, conjointement avec la Nouvelle-Zélande, l'appel de Paris et plus récemment le laboratoire pour la protection de l'enfance en ligne. Toutes ces initiatives ont un point commun, qui est de mobiliser l'ensemble des acteurs pour assurer la confiance et la garantie de la sécurité dans le cyberespace. Merci.
Thank you, Ambassador. I do believe that we have Ms. Cherkesova online, so over to you.
Добрый день, коллеги. Да, я здесь. Довольно острый вопрос, должна признать. Прежде всего, глобальное доверие является важной основой любого плодотворного международного сотрудничества, которое возникает только тогда, когда государства разделяют и следуют одним и тем же ключевым принципам. Это как любой вид спорта, например, футбол. Во всех странах мира команды строго следуют универсальным футбольным правилам, включая принцип честной игры, который является спортивной версией глобального доверия. К сожалению, в современной цифровой глобальной среде у нас нет универсальных правил поведения, нет принципа честной игры. У нас буквально нет фундамента для дальнейшего развития глобального доверия и безопасности. Все ключевые акторы, будь то государства или глобальные цифровые платформы, имеют собственные представления о правилах ответственного поведения в цифровой среде. Что хорошо для одного, совершенно неприемлемо для другого. И зачастую мы видим, что крупные частные структуры играют со своими корпоративными правилами и следуют собственным принципам. Очевидно, что в мире давно назрела необходимость сформулировать универсальные правила для всех игроков онлайнового пространства. И в первую очередь для государств, которые гарантировали бы доверие и безопасность в интернете. Не случайно об этом именно говорил генеральный секретарь ООН Антонио Гутерреш в своем прошлогоднем докладе «Наша общая повестка дня». Существует напряженность в глобальном сотрудничестве. Попытки сохранения доминирующего положения в интернете отдельных государств не позволяют начать процесс создания международных соглашений, в которых государства могли бы выступить гарантами прав и свобод пользователей в условиях доминирования ограниченного числа глобальных бигтех. Единственно возможный путь для построения цифрового доверия и безопасности между государствами – это следование принципам равенства и уважения суверенитета в международном сообществе. Мы последовательно поддерживаем курс на создание сбалансированной международной системы управления инфраструктурой.
Mr. Kaseva, we're going to have to move on to the next question. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your insightful perspective on this important element of finding collective and collaborative ways to make our digital space safer, more secure and trustworthy. Do you want to hear myself? I would like to draw your attention to the crux of cyber norms with our next question. How can stakeholders be more meaningfully involved in the development of cyber norms? What norms are necessary, and how can the UN's norms on responsible state behavior in cyberspace be translated into practical steps? We're going to start with Mr. Jalasi.
Thank you very much. As you may know, the mandate of UNESCO is to promote the free flow of information. How we do that? One way is capacity building through our programs. Second, by setting up normative instruments for the 193 member states. Briefly, let me mention 2 examples. Last year's UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, which has a component dealing with trust, among others, but also respect of human dignity, respect of human rights, enforcing gender equality, but also the respect of the rule of law. Now we are heading towards another normative instrument through our next February conference, which is called Internet for Trust, regulating digital platforms to ensure information is a public good, not information becoming public hazard or public harm. I mentioned this morning in my opening remarks some of the key features of this conference intended to combat misinformation, disinformation, hate speech online, conspiracy theories and the like. So briefly put, this is what I would like to say at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jalasi. Over to Mr. Sharek, who's online.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be able to join you. So on the meaningful involvement of stakeholders in the development of cybersecurity norms, it has to be recognized that there are not many official avenues for participation. But significant progress has been made over the past few years, and I would point in particular to the process that has been established by the ad hoc Committee on Cybercrime as a good practice that could be replicated in other discussions. In addition, there have been processes established outside the UN, such as the Paris Call, which the French ambassador referred to a moment ago, that I would encourage stakeholders to become engaged in. Beyond that, I just want to underline the importance of consulting with the multi-stakeholder community, no matter what the official processes say. In terms of practical steps, the multi-stakeholder community can be particularly involved in the implementation of norms. So one fantastic example here is an exercise that has been the work of the Oxford process, where over 100 lawyers took the fairly general statement of international law applies and worked towards an agreement on what that means in specific contexts, such as in the protection of elections. Similarly,
Thank you, Mr. Sharek. Appreciate it. Next response from Your Excellency, Ms. Mufayet.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening as everybody is trying to follow this platform from across the world. This is a great opportunity for me to be here, and I would like to say you welcome to Ethiopia. I'm Mufarihat, and I'm Minister of Labor and Skill of Ethiopia. I think the subject matter we're trying to deal with is about trust, though it's about digital trust, it's about the relationship between people. So when we talk about trust and how we're going to engage stakeholders as to the expected level, to my understanding, there must be a change in attitude about the issue, the matter. And we're trying to deal with the technological aspect. But I think there has to be a shift in a people-centered approach as it is about relationships. It's about peace, collaboration, and interdependence. If that is the case, we need to empower people, starting from school through our education system, and bringing all the different stakeholders together. Though we have so many norms, unless and otherwise we can have that multi-stakeholder engagement. We can't achieve at the end of the day what we designed. So we need to have that multi-stakeholder engagement through a new way of thinking, taking the subject matter from technological, or instead of from protective measure to proactive measure, rather through transformational measure, and we can engage and empower the different stakeholders to come together so as to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next is over to Your Excellency, Ms. Theophilus.
Thank you so much, Solomon. A very good afternoon to everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Well, I think the first would be to discuss what are norms. And norms are generally beliefs within a community. And at a global level, this requires every stakeholder in this global villages of ours to have some type of belief in order to have some cyberspace norms. And then the next question I'd like to ponder is, how are norms formed? If we are to form these norms, how are we to form them? Where do we derive them from? And who is able to adopt them? And then further than that, who decides on these norms being written down and being applied? And I think then coming to the answer to some of those questions would be that we need to have some type of consensus. There has to be some type of agreement between governments, the international organizations, private sector stakeholders on what our bottom line beliefs are. And if it comes down to the person, we're talking about mutual respect, human dignity that Mr. Tawfiq spoke about here earlier. And then I think I would end by saying, then in its application, there needs to be some consistent and proper favorable application of international law. Because once that is done, when all of us have accepted those norms as universal to all of us, then there can be consistency of implementing and those norms succeeding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Next is over to Ambassador Magishu.
Thank you. Merci. C'est bon? Oui. Donc, sur ce thème, la France encourage une approche multipartite des questions liées au cyberespace et au numérique. Il en va de même pour les processus des Nations Unies, notamment les travaux menés dans les groupes d'experts gouvernementaux et les groupes de travail à composition non limitée. Le très large soutien à l'adoption en première commission de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies de la résolution pour un programme d'action des Nations Unies le 3 novembre dernier est un signe tangible de l'investissement des États pour répondre à ce défi. Le programme poursuit un objectif clair: faire progresser le comportement responsable des États dans l'utilisation des technologies de l'information et de la communication. De manière concrète, il s'agira d'un mécanisme permanent, inclusif et orienté vers l'action au sein des Nations Unies. Il comporte 3 volets. Premièrement, soutenir les États dans la mise en œuvre du cadre établi pour un comportement responsable dans leur utilisation des technologies de l'information, en encourageant les activités de renforcement des capacités. Deuxièmement, de promouvoir le dialogue et la coopération entre les parties prenantes concernées, c'est-à-dire le secteur privé, le milieu universitaire, la société civile, afin de contribuer à une meilleure mise en œuvre de ce cadre. Troisièmement, de fournir aux États un forum permanent pour examiner les efforts de mise en œuvre, discuter des nouveaux défis à la sécurité internationale dans l'environnement des technologies de l'information et mettre à jour le cadre sur la base d'un consensus. Ce programme sera complémentaire et coordonné avec les travaux conduits dans les enceintes existantes. Ce n'est pas un processus de négociation parallèle. Nous sommes impatients de nous engager avec tous les États au cours des prochaines sessions du groupe de travail à composition non limitée de l'ONU afin de poursuivre l'élaboration de ce programme d'action. Merci.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Mr. Chen, would you like to add UN's perspective on this matter?
谢谢。在这个网络安全和反恐领域呢，制定一个标准，说起来容易，做起来难。这个全球反恐公约这个谈判，现在都已经有近30年了。关于恐怖主义这个定义，这个讨论依然在进行。我从一个英俊青年成为现在一个上岁数的人，但我依然是很英俊，我的头发也变了颜色。我希望这个讨论能够尽快的 达成一个全球的反恐公约。在没有一个公认的关于恐怖主义定义，或者是关于恐怖主义这个内容的这么一个定义情况下，我们办的事情，我们要走的路，可能就是很长、很崎岖，这个车也不是很好开的。但是，我们现在已经有一些基本的指导原则，比如说19项国际这个反恐文书，比如说安理会10几个反恐公约，联合国的全球反恐战略，这些都可以作为我们的指导原则。我们反恐局将会在这方面继续努力。谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Over to you, Mr. Mashigoni. So what's Africa ICT Alliance's stance and perspective on this matter? Over to you.
I think at the core of it lies a co-creation. And co-creation platform in an environment of mutual respect, where all participants have got the same stature and they've got equality in being able to contribute. We currently have a spectacle called the World Cup, and one has to ask themselves, how did it happen that even the remotest of the countries are able to partake in an environment where they are equally looked at and they can fair play in this environment? So we needed to learn from such and create the same platform with regards to this creation of the norms and also participation in that. And one asks with regards to the critical basic norms that are there that must be adopted. And the key is to actually put the human at the center. The ones that it deals with human rights, it's critical that those norms are the ones that are put at the forth. Once you deal with those, you are able to then cascade into either a bigger community and into further other aspects. And implementation starts with the pledges, and then you have to go into compacts and also answering the question of what is in it for me, and making sure that everyone does implement it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We do have Mr. Thomas online, so over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll try to be as brief. My concern is that cyber norms are put before the, or as having priority over common values, and I think without the common values, it's not really possible to develop cyber norms. There are countries and there are societies that have freedom of expression, and there are others, and there are countries and societies that have free and fair elections. And there are multi-stakeholder groups, such as one I participate in, the Transatlantic Commission on Electoral Integrity, which makes sure that democratic norms are followed. There's no point in actually doing any of that if you do not have freedom of expression in society. There's no point in doing it if you don't have free and fair elections. And so really, the fundamental rights and freedoms predate discussions on norms, because if you can't agree on the fundamentals, you can't really develop any meaningful norms. And so too with cybersecurity. No cybersecurity umbrella organization will work if you do not have a common set of interests in maintaining a common set of values. I mean, that's just the way it is. There's no way you're going to share information with countries that do not follow fundamental norms in an area that actually precedes the discussion of norms in cyberspace, because ultimately the norms of cyberspace should be, in my point of view, and I think much of the world, norms of cyberspace are also the norms of a free democratic society.
Mr. Thomas,
Thank you.
thank you so much. We do apologize. We do have a flag here, but the online people won't be able to see it. So if I interrupt you, I do apologize in advance. I appreciate all the respondents for your great perspective. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question. It's about climate crisis. So with that climate crisis at the top of the global agenda as we know it, what are the approaches, what approaches should we be adopting to ensure technologies are part of the climate security solution and not the problem? And how can we introduce greater accountability on those issues? Perhaps in the areas of more greener data centers, blockchain infrastructure, and manufacturing, better recycling. It can be a responsible mining, which is very sensitive for some nations, and so on. So to give that reflection, I'm going to give it over to Mr. Yoshida first. Mr. Yoshida.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to join you here. And yes, digital technology can be problem, and it can be a threat to the climate change issues. And so, for example, data traffic in our country has doubled since the outbreak of COVID-19. And then there is an estimation that says in 2030, energy consumption in digital field would raise to 36 times compared to now. And in 2050, there is another estimation it would raise to 4,000 times. It's just only for digital related field. So that, but it can double the whole nation energy consumption by 2030. And we need to develop new technology. And one of the solutions to this can be beyond 5G technology. All photonic networks technology can reduce energy consumption to only to 1% to the so existing technology. So we are now developing such new technology, so that digital technology can be a crisis, but on the other hand, it can be a solution. One more thing, at the same time, how to use digital technology is also important, and spreading AI and sensor stable corner of society to enable monitoring can build a resilient society to climate change and natural disaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshida. From our online speaker, Ms. Черкасева, over to you.
Спасибо большое. На мой взгляд, ключевой вопрос – это то, как мы можем использовать цифровые технологии для поддержки перехода развивающихся стран и стран с переходной экономикой к углеродной нейтральности. Особенно в свете недавней 27-й климатической конференции ООН. Считаю, что необходимо совместными усилиями содействовать доступу к технологиям и обмену ими, вкладывать средства в улучшение координации глобальных цепочек поставок и устранять односторонние барьеры, я имею в виду санкции, в интересах глобального устойчивого развития. Например, сельское хозяйство занимает значительную долю в глобальных выбросах парниковых газов, и мы не можем реально рассчитывать на решение климатической проблемы без преобразования сельского хозяйства. Использование информационных технологий, чтобы сделать сельскохозяйственное производство действительно регенеративным, является следующим рубежом в позиционировании цифровых технологий для содействия устойчивому развитию. В России реализуется ряд проектов, например, мониторинг парниковых газов с помощью космических аппаратов, которые демонстрируют возможности цифровых инноваций для минимизации и смягчения последствий воздействия сельского хозяйства на окружающую среду. И в текущей непростой международной ситуации, наверное, прежде всего должны быть востребованы международные организации, которые могут и должны предложить островки стабильности для совместной работы государств. И в частности, хотела бы напомнить о Международном союзе электросвязи и его ведущей роли в информационно-коммуникационных технологиях. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Черкасева. The next question, the same question goes to you. I think this is maybe a more important topic for Africa because we can't just be the victim of climate crisis while we're not the most beneficiary from the digital technology. So what's your perspective on this, Mr. Mashagoni?
Thank you. Thank you. The mics don't like me today. No, no. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you well.
Okay, thank you.
We cannot hear you well. Yeah, can you fix the mic, please?
It should be witchcraft. Yeah, I think when one speaks of this topic of environment and climate, that topic is a sensitive topic that actually needs to start with trust and the behavior that actually follows on the claim. It's very important. You cannot say one thing on one side and do another thing. So it's very important. So that is, I think, the point of departure. And then from that, it's important that we have what we call environmental consciousness when we speak about technology starting from cradle to grave. As you innovate right up until we dispose of the technology, we have to get to be environmental conscious because it starts on the concept itself of when we are actually innovating, that we must get our thinking right so that we are aligned with the environmental goals that we've got. I will stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Ms. Mufariat.
Thank you very much. I think climate security directly implies about food security as well. Whether technological interventions can help in solving this problem or not is at the major center of the question. So what matters is the way how we use technologies. Technology, yes, technology can be a solution regarding preventing this problem. For instance, if we consider the green environment, there are technological interventions. We can consider the case in Ethiopia regarding green legacy. It is a technology-backed, local or indigenous knowledge and skill taken by my Prime Minister, His Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed. The first interest or target of the initiative was reaching out 18 billion trees to be planted. But we've reached 25 billion, not million, billion trees within the last 4 years. This is a local initiative backed by local or indigenous skill and knowledge of the people. So everybody was a part of it. So when we talk about technology, we shouldn't only think about the high end of technology. You know, local and indigenous knowledge and solution has to be also part of it. So my answer to this question is yes, and we need to look into what we have. Thank you
so much. Over to you, Mr. Jalassi.
Thank you very much. I believe that efforts to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 are essential to combat climate change and minimize the resulting harm. Digital technologies, in particular, advanced analytics and AI, are crucial here since we know that AI can allow reductions of 5 to 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. This is very important. Number two, I think there are three key dimensions that we need to emphasize. The number one, policymakers should be aware of these technological advances and what they can do to enable combat climate change. Not only to be aware, but to integrate these technologies in their policies, in their strategies. Two, capacity building is essential. We may be aware of the technological capabilities, but we don't have the human resources skilled enough, competent enough to make proper use of technology. And finally, Open data and open science are crucial here as instruments to develop and monitor climate change policies. Let me conclude by saying UNESCO last year adopted the UNESCO Open Science Recommendation, signed by 193 member states, which allow, among others, open science, open data to all countries worldwide. And this is very important for the capacity building I referred to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Bogdan-Martin, I know ITU has a lot of stake in this and in doing different initiatives, so over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think there are many parallels that can be drawn between the climate crisis and cybersecurity. Both have been debated for decades. Both seem to be polarized in terms of discussion, sometimes politicized. And of course, the threats loom larger than ever before. I think on both fronts, we need what the UNSG would call a breakthrough. And if we don't have that, we're going to have a breakdown, as he often says. And the good news, as previous speakers have mentioned, is that, of course, digital technologies do have a critical role to play when it comes to climate issues, monitoring, mitigation, adaptation. Of course, the bad news is that we're also emitters of greenhouse gas emissions. So I think we need to be as green as possible. We need to be advancing green standards. We need to be tracking greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, we need to be, as Tawfiq just mentioned, collaborating on the policy and regulatory front. I think we need to up our game in terms of e-waste. You mentioned the monitor. We only have 78 countries that actually have e-waste policies and legislation. I think we also need to be advancing early warning systems. We welcomed the UNSG's announcement of $3.1 billion to ensure that we have early warning systems in the next 5 years.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to our next question. So how can countries build meaningful and sustainable cooperation among stakeholders within their own borders and beyond? And what are some of the examples of successful sustainable cooperation on security, meaning South-South, North-South, and triangular? To kick it off, I will start with Mr. Yoshida.
Thank you. I think there is no end in tackling cybersecurity issues. And cybersecurity risks are increasing, and we need more human resources. Two important things. First is a public-private partnership. For example, we built up an information sharing system between public sectors and private sectors in our country. And second point is continuous human resources development. So we have some activities such as ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center established in Bangkok in 2018. And we also have a joint project with World Bank, which is called the Digital Development Partnership Initiative, capacity building support for developing countries in Asia and Africa. This initiative has been expanded to a multi-donor cybersecurity fund at the World Bank, and the support is now underway from US, UK, Netherlands, Estonia, and other countries. So no immediate solutions or magic remedy to cybersecurity issues. We should keep going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jarsma, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, building cooperation between stakeholders within a country, I think it partly depends on the culture. I'm from a country, the Netherlands, that is below sea level, and we have always learned how to fight the water in a multi-stakeholder way. So our culture is very much that our decision-making is based on consensus, decision-making based on multi-stakeholder engagement. And, but as a more general lesson learned for other countries, I think if a country wants to have productive multi-stakeholder engagement within the country, a good start is by the stakeholder that has the most power, inviting others to have a say as well and be part of the decision-making process and share some of your power. So that is also what, how our attitude as the Netherlands is in the international sphere. We try to, we are a highly digitalized country, but it also comes with responsibilities. So that means that we try to listen to others and we try to help others to leapfrog into the digital age. That is why we established, together with other countries, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise that Chris heads, but we're also supporting the program of action. We're doing capacity building on international law. So we're trying to share a bit of those digital experiences.
Thank you so much. Mr. Fick.
I think we're all learning firsthand just how short 90 seconds is. So I'll give two examples right away. The first is domestic in the United States. We have something called the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, which is a partnership among federal, state, local government, and the private sector. And the key to its success is two-way information sharing. Not information sharing in one direction where you give me your information, I classify it, and you get nothing back, but actual two-way information sharing so that it's mutually beneficial. Internationally, an example, in my view, that's successful is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, and its work on confidence-building measures in cyberspace. And the key to the success of that initiative, in my view, is that these CBMs are negotiated when tensions are not high. That is, they're negotiated iteratively over a long period of time, so that there's a durable consensus to use them when tensions are high.
Thank you so much. Next is Ms. Bogdan-Martin. Over to you. Ms. Bogdan-Martin, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to pick up perhaps on Nate's points, we do, in order to achieve this meaningful and sustainable cooperation, it needs to be based on dialogue. It needs to be based on stakeholder engagement. And as Chris, you were saying before, it's not just between nations, it's also civil society as well as citizens. I think we do need new models, and I liked your point before, you were talking about co-creation. I think that's key. We need to take holistic, whole-of-government approaches. Of course, we need international institutions to do their part. ITU as lead facilitator for Action Line C5, building confidence and security in the use of ICTs. We do our part. Of course, we also work with partners like Chris's institution, the GFCE, in capacity development, like with FIRST, when we do our development of certs. And of course, we have our Global Cybersecurity Index that looks at exchanging best practices and identifying gaps when it comes to legal measures, technical measures, organizational measures, capacity development, and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be briefer this time. I'll give you three examples of well-functioning, sustainable cooperation. I'm not sure how much you like them, but the best one I've seen yet is the NATO Center of Excellence for Cyber Security, which includes many of the members of North Atlantic Treaty Organization, also all neutral countries in Europe, but for the North-South dimension also has in it as members Australia and Japan. So that's an organization based on trust, based on respect for common values, and it has been extremely effective and been functioning ever since after the massive cyber attacks on my country in 2007, and since then has performed now for 14 years. A second example of the sustainable cooperation are digital prescriptions pioneered in my country, and which first became interoperable with Finland, and then later on with Portugal, Croatia, and the Faroe Islands. And finally, I would say that we have also set up a cyber national guard, strictly voluntary, and which is probably the ultimate form of civil society of sysadmins and other digital people in civil society working together to safeguard our cybersecurity in Estonia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Over to you, Mr. Painter.
Thanks. I'd say two things. One, only 11 years ago, I was the first or one of the first cyber diplomats in the world, and that's not that long if you think about it. And so elevating this issue to a diplomatic policy issue and cooperation between those authorities, two of whom are on the panel, Nathalie and Nate, is important, but it's a different kind of diplomacy. It's engaging with other stakeholders. It's not just states. And consulting with other stakeholders, as happens in both those countries and many others, is important. The second, not surprisingly for me, is capacity building and the importance of capacity building to all of this, but to sustain development, sustain cooperation. But it has to be inclusive. And as I said, the GFC is a model for this. We're a multi-stakeholder institution, 170 members and partners, including about 60 countries, civil society, the private
cooperation. We have 38 different nations in our center, and our purpose is to support our nations to be able to face cyber threats together as a coalition. Because cyberspace, as you all know, does not have borders, and cooperation is extremely critical there. So how do we create this cooperation? And I think there is no miracle here. There are two very simple principles. The first is to know your neighbor, and the second one is to build trust with your neighbor. But you can't trust a neighbor who you don't know. So the first thing is to work on doctrine development, standardization, best practices, lessons learned together with this community. And if this is done by experts, software developers, legal researchers, boots on the ground, then they learn to trust each other through this practical cooperation and personal trust. I think this is the most valuable thing. Also here at IGF, where all these people, all you across the world are coming together to also to build trust between each other. So, and I would conclude with an example. The example is Ukraine. And Estonia, my home nation, and Ukraine have had extremely good cooperation on building digital societies. A lot of Ukrainian excellent digital nation is built up based on experiences from Estonian e-governance. And now Ukraine has moved on so fast that Estonia is really considering to build our next generation of e-governance, partially at least, based on Ukrainian experience. And this is the finest example how this mutual cooperation for mutual benefit of economic benefit can help both nations. And last but not least, at NATO CCD-COE, unfortunately, mostly we have to deal not with the traditional cybercrime or misinformation that we talk here today. Actually, I think nobody has mentioned yet state-sponsored cybercrime. And we know there are a couple of nations, at least in the world, who makes this their business to sponsor as many cyber criminals as possible. And it can be political gain, or it can be financial, direct financial gain. And now, when our friends in Ukraine are under attack from their bigger neighbor who doesn't like the fact that Ukrainians are loving freedom and want to have their borders intact. So, of course, we are all giving our best to bring peace back to Ukrainian cyberspace as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norman. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to the next question. So the objective of a safer digital transformation is to improve people's lives rather than to create digital divide or to put countries at danger. So the question is, how are vulnerabilities in digital trust and security connected to human rights and economic situations in Africa and elsewhere? And what are the challenges to overcoming these vulnerabilities? Mr. Mashagoni.
Thank you. I think loss of IP, identity, assets, sovereignty are as a consequence of actually having vulnerabilities in the cyberspace. And over and above that, what we ought to see and deal with is the basics. So the basics are on the basics of respect. Self-respect translates into respect for the rights of others. And it is with that you start having to self-reflect when one has to actually do harm to the other. But this is a lifelong thing that starts with the culture. And I've seen one word which is called atarimai. I think it's a Japanese word for good karma. And it is through doing good that the good comes back to you. But we have to instill this in our processes. And we have to deal with the issue of social engineering. So social engineering is something that is a number one vulnerability point in which education, continuous awareness, in essence, to do capacity building on this subject matter is critical for us to deal with the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Ms. Mothariat.
Thank you. Security is a human right, so digital security is no different. So creating a human-centered, trusted in cyberspace for peaceful engagement and coexistence is fundamental. This entails reinforcement of positive peace and harmonious coexistence in the cyberspace. Peaceful cybersecurity practices, policies, and strategies to place people at the center with a systematic approach, addressing technological, economic, social, legal aspects without neglecting national interests in order to optimize the freedom, economic, and social benefits expected from digital openness are keys. So in this regard, there are competing and conflicting interests. What matters is how we're going to balance those competing and conflicting interests matters more.
Thank you so much. Ms. Bogdan-Martin, over to you.
Yes, thank you. In 2021, Interpol found that GDP in Africa was reduced by 10% due to cybercrime. So that economic impact is not disputable. It's clear. And cybercrime risks, of course, are increasing. New technology is presenting additional risks, and trust is taking a hit. And Natalie, as you mentioned this morning, without trust, society is not going to benefit from digital transformation. Universal, trusted, meaningful connectivity to all and protecting the means to communicate is absolutely fundamental to the ITU. We believe in a rights-based approach to digital, and of course building trustworthy networks and services needs to include security, protection of fundamental rights, including privacy, freedom of expression, and others. And of course, we demonstrate this through the work that we do in our national cybersecurity strategy support, in the work that we do with UNESCO, in our partnerships with OHCHR. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sharek?
Yeah, thanks, Solomon. So when it comes to cybersecurity challenges, we hear very, very similar concerns wherever we look around the world. And the number one concern is people. So simply, we need greater investments in the general understanding of the threat landscape, and we need a greater investment in the skilled specialists. That's people that understand the importance of human rights in security as well. So technology companies have driven significant investments in the resilience of their products and their services over the last few years. Microsoft last year committed over $20 billion over 5 years to advance our security solutions and to protect customers. But while we increasingly rely on innovative AI solutions as part of our defense against malicious attacks, this still requires that input from those skilled cybersecurity professionals. and as it stands, there is said to be an expected shortfall of 3.5 million jobs by 2025 in the cybersecurity industry globally. So to address those challenges, it comes back, of course, to multi-stakeholderism. We need to work together across civil society, private sectors and governments. Microsoft, for its part, is actively helping to cultivate a skilled cybersecurity workforce. Earlier this year, we announced the expansion of our cybersecurity skills campaign to 23 countries. Our Microsoft Cloud Society program provides skills paths tailored for careers in security. And finally, Chris Painter's already talked about the important work of the GFCE. We are actively supporting the work of the GFCE in the Africa region,
Thank you.
Specifically with the establishment of a regional capacity building.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. Thank you, Mr. Shark. I should say, I apologize. Next person is Mr. Painter. So I know you said you do some work in Africa around cybersecurity and overcoming some of the challenges. So what's your reflection on this matter?
So first I'd say that obviously cybersecurity and vulnerabilities are important to achieving economic growth and the digital transformation that everyone talks about at this conference and other conferences. If we don't have good cybersecurity, if it's not built in, it undermines all of that. In Africa in particular, as they're building these new structures, if they don't have good cybersecurity, it'll undermine confidence in others, and it has a clear economic effect. Similarly, in terms of the human rights agenda, we often see some nation states, also criminal and other groups, targeting civil society, targeting various actors within society. That's been a problem. I remember meeting at IGF 8 years ago now with a bunch of civil society groups who were worried that the promotion of cybersecurity strategies would impact civil society because they weren't being consulted, and some countries were using them as proxies to try to actually suppress civil society. So as we think about this, human rights and economics are part of cybersecurity. They're all part of each other. And as I look at the challenges and possibly the solutions to this, we can't continue to treat cybersecurity as this niche issue, as a siloed issue. It has to be mainstreamed into our security policy, our economic policy, and our human rights policy, and our diplomatic policy. And we need to break down what we used to call the silos of excellence between these different stakeholder groups. So the technical community, the policy community, the security, the economic, and the human rights community, the traditional development community, the cybersecurity community, and all of those, and Africa and everywhere for us to make progress.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jalasi?
Thank you very much. Clearly, vulnerabilities in digital trust and security are sometimes due to data misuse and misgovernance that we see in place. This clearly creates concerns about human rights. You just mentioned this a minute ago. Privacy, autonomy, discrimination against some groups, especially women. Other vulnerabilities which are quite widespread in Africa include lack of access to data, to technology, hardware, but also access to digitally savvy human resources. And here I want to say that UNESCO conducted recently a major survey in Africa. We involved 32 countries to assess their needs in artificial intelligence. What came out from this result? 3 key findings. Number 1, building human and institutional capacities in AI and digital technologies, including addressing the gender equality issue. Less than 20% of professionals in AI and technology are women, less than 20%. So the gender equality is a burning issue. Building the human capacities, UNESCO is proud and humbled by having trained over 9 million youth in Africa in the field of coding and programming in partnership with SAP. And also the third priority is advising governments on putting in place the right digital strategies that are needed, and building the partnerships for successful use and deployment of AI and digital technology-based applications and systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Ms. Theophilus, over to you.
Thank you so much. Well, the vulnerabilities in Africa actually come down to a life and death situation. If you're talking about critical infrastructure, a hospital, having a cyber attack, water systems, electricity, that many instances there aren't no alternatives in smaller places. So that could actually critically impact the ability of somebody surviving. And then of course disruption of peace and harmony, because many times the disruption could actually instigate certain groups where violence is concerned. And then the lack of respect that Thabo was talking about for contributions by unique groups and marginalized groups, and how that many times we see cultural appropriation without fair compensation for unique intellectual property. But then of course, I would say would be loss of income and livelihood. Cyber attacks have the potential to take food out of children and out of the hands of many a times mothers in many of these areas. So I think if Doreen could recall at the WTDC held in Africa, the first, as a country, as Namibia, we pledged at the Apartheid to Connect conference that building up a CERT and having a cyber bill is important, because cybersecurity in relation to critical infrastructure literally means life and death for many of our communities on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Theophilus. Mr. Fick, over to you.
Thank you. So digital technologies are intrinsically connected to human rights and economic prosperity. And think about it in any of our lives. In just the last 2 years, digital tech has transformed how my parents consumed healthcare, how my children accessed their education, how my wife and I earned our livings, how all of us engaged with our communities. So access is essential. And it's worth remembering that there are two different kinds of lack of access. You have the almost 3 billion people around the world who are still unconnected. And Doreen has been doing terrific work and will continue at the ITU to do terrific work as Secretary General to close that divide. But there's also a second category, which is more than 150 examples this year alone of governments intentionally disconnecting their people. And that is something that we have to condemn in all of its forms. So on a global level and from a security perspective, as countries further develop their ICT infrastructure, we urge them to prioritize security. We all should promote an open
Education, education, and not only educating software developers and engineers, but educating everyone, all our citizens, to understand and recognize the truth from lies in information domain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, thank you. My colleague and countryman, Dr. Norma, already talked about this issue. We have a considerable civil society element in debunking, or first finding and then debunking, disinformation that is in my country, because frankly the government really doesn't have the wherewithal to devote that much time to all of the disinformation that comes our way. Specifically, I'll bring an example not from my country, but rather how disinformation affects health. Last year, RT, the Russian TV station in Germany, was actively propagating anti-vaccination propaganda. At the same time, in domestic media, they were telling people they would be fired if they don't get vaccinated. Clearly, there is almost a cyber biological warfare element to this kind of disinformation, and so it's more than simply getting the wrong beliefs. It is an active element that affects our health, and we need to be aware of these tendencies around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jarsma?
Yeah, thank you. On disinformation, I think that the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Opinion and Expression, Irene Khan, has done very important work. And basically, she explains that the best line of defense against disinformation is by creating the conditions for human rights, pluralism, and tolerance to flourish. So, as Nate was just referring to actions to disconnect people from the internet, rather than taking that decision as government in case of disinformation, please consider funding pluralism, ways to increase that pluralism. And of course, even with a very pluralistic media landscape, this information can still create chaos. And then sometimes interventions are legitimate, but proportionality is key here. So times, and of course, a certain level of moderation by social media platforms is the way to go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yoshida.
Thank you. And when addressing climate change, healthcare, or other issues, getting correct information is a crucial one. And this information misleads citizens and delays resolving global issues. The important thing is that the government should not impose a top-down judgment of truth or falsehood. Society should deal with it through multi-stakeholder discussion. On the other hand, each stakeholder has its own responsibility. For example, the government needs to provide objective information and experts provide scientific evidence. And when doing so, freedom of thought and speech should not be impeded. How to deal with disinformation at the same time, foster common understanding in society while protecting freedom of speech is an issue of priority and requires global multi-stakeholder efforts. And also media literacy is also crucial too when fighting against disinformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Cherkesova, over to you.
Спасибо. Очевидно, что недостоверная информация и дезинформация сегодня инструмент и даже оружие в текущей международной обстановке. И поверьте, нашей стране это очень хорошо знакомо. Мы постоянно сталкиваемся с серьезными, высокотехнологичными и тщательно подготовленными атаками в информационном пространстве. Классические угрозы — это взломы сайтов, DDoS-атаки, и это лишь малая часть инструментов. Доминирующую роль, безусловно, занимают фейки. Это распространение недостоверной информации. Вот для понимания, число кибератак на информационные ресурсы России в этом году увеличилось на 80%, возросла их мощность и продолжительность. И порядка 9 миллионов фейков было распространено у нас за этот год. Наш опыт показывает, что в борьбе с дезинформацией важно оперативное и стратегическое противодействие. И второе заключается в том, чтобы информационное поле было максимально полным, в котором нет информационного вакуума. Но, мне кажется, глобальная проблема в том, что сегодня информационное пространство все больше подвержено рискам фрагментации. И цифровая дискриминация пользователей, социальных групп и целых стран стала обычным делом. И страдают при этом в основном обычные люди. И сейчас стоит острый вопрос о необходимости создания критериев ответственного поведения глобальных цифровых платформ и инструментов реагирования их деятельности, регулирования их деятельности. Сейчас получается, что цифровые гиганты злоупотребляют своим доминирующим положением и зачастую подменяют собой государство. И нам кажется, что было бы правильно иметь какой-то единый свод правил по ответственному поведению глобальных цифровых платформ в национальных юрисдикциях, безусловно, под эгидой ООН, и, наверное, было бы правильно этот вопрос обсуждать в рамках подготовки глобального цифрового договора. Спасибо.
Thank you, Ms. Cherkesova. Mr. Chen, over to you.
恐怖主义和这个暴力极端主义分子啊，确实利用这个新冠大流行，而且社会的不满呢，大肆散布虚假消息和错误信息。那么我们反恐局呢，把这个网络反恐啊纳入到我们的访问之中，纳入到我们跟会员国对话之中。反恐局呢也跟这个全球这个研究网啊这个合作，提交这个报告。 供那个反恐委员会和安理会，去参考。我们发现呢，就这会员国啊，在这方面存在着能力 建设的需要，从政策层面呐、机构层面呐、执行能力方面呢，都要这个需要，而且在尊重国际人权法和国际人道主义法方面依然存在差距。反恐委员会不久前通过了一个德里宣言，要求呢各个国家在网络反恐方面继续工作，要求我们反恐局继续工作。因此呢，在这个议题上，我们的工作不能停，只有进行时，没有完成时。谢谢。
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Flos.
Thank you, Solomon. I think I've only two answers, and the first one would be digital literacy. I think at the end of the day, we need to arm citizens with the right skills and abilities to mete out and debunk fake news and misinformation, but also to fact check. And I speak this from experience because as Deputy Minister of Communication at the height of the pandemic, we tried to communicate the right information and to try to debunk fake news, misinformation, disinformation at the time and height of the pandemic. It was very difficult. And we could only depend on actually teaching citizens on how to do it themselves. People have agency, so we need to arm them with the right tools in order to do that. And because people have agency, they will share this stuff, especially if they don't have the skills. This is why we need to put increased pressure and responsibility on social media platform companies and organizations to actually moderate better. Because with that proper moderation, we're able to circumvent when we have not adequately given people the necessary tools and literal skills in order to debunk misinformation and fake news. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Marichou, over to you.
Merci, merci Salomon. Beaucoup des intervenants précédents ont parlé de l'éducation. Moi, je voudrais insister sur un des principaux vecteurs de lutte contre la désinformation, qui est le soutien à une presse de qualité et indépendante. Donc, je souhaite évoquer brièvement deux initiatives auxquelles la France participe. La première, c'est le partenariat pour l'information et la démocratie, qui a été lancé avec Reporters sans frontières en 2019. À ce jour, 45 États ont rejoint ce partenariat, destiné à promouvoir l'exercice de la liberté d'expression et l'accès à une information libre, plurielle et fiable. Un sommet pour l'information et la démocratie a été organisé le 19 septembre dernier à New York, en marge de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, et un observatoire international sur l'information et la démocratie a été lancé. Sur le modèle du GIEC pour le climat, cet observatoire sera chargé d'évaluer l'évolution de l'espace informationnel mondial. La deuxième initiative est l'International Fund for Public Media, qui a été lancé au Forum de Paris sur la paix en 2021, qui est une initiative à laquelle la France contribue financièrement à hauteur de 15 millions d'euros. Le secrétaire général des Nations Unies avait signalé que la presse, les médias indépendants étaient menacés par un risque d'extinction majeur. Donc ce partenariat multilatéral et indépendant est une partie de la réponse à ce défi. Il a pour objectif d'augmenter de manière conséquente les financements disponibles pour soutenir les médias indépendants dans les pays de développement. Un autre aspect est celui de la régulation. Donc au niveau de l'Union européenne, nous travaillons également à une meilleure régulation. C'est le règlement sur les services numériques, connu comme DSA, qui imposera aux plateformes de rendre compte aux autorités de régulation des risques que leurs industries font peser sur les démocraties en partageant les mesures qu'elles entendent mettre en place pour les atténuer. Il faut le rappeler, ce qui est illégal hors ligne doit être illégal en ligne. Merci.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sharrock, over to you.
Thanks, Solomon. Well, it won't surprise you that this is another area where I think that a multi-stakeholder approach is the right approach, and Microsoft is dedicated to supporting a healthy information ecosystem where trusted news and information can thrive. So we recently developed an approach to countering disinformation, which is based on our 4 Ds. So the 4 Ds for protecting information integrity that we use in Microsoft are, first of all, detect. We hunt, track, and investigate perpetrators of disinformation. After detecting, we then seek to disrupt operations. One way is to use the power of transparency to alert the public about new cyber influence operations. Another is to address the financial supply to known disinformation websites by preventing ads from being placed on such sites. The third D is deter. We want to strengthen and extend international norms to protect against disinformation and create a standard of behavior for nation-state information campaigns. And the fourth and final D is defend. And this gets to the positive steps that can be taken to bolster the information ecosystem. Part of this is about information literacy, educating the public about how to be a sophisticated information consumer. And the other part, as has already been said, is about preserving and in fact reinvigorating traditional journalism in order to safeguard the provision of trusted news. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. On this final question, I was personally hoping that you would touch upon deepfake and deplatforming. Those are something very important, but thank you so much for your wonderful perspective and insights. As we wrap up our panel, I would love to give each panelist to reflect any final remark they might have. This time is going to be more challenging. It's going to be 30 seconds. So with that, I'll start with Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, 30 seconds. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Okay.
I would start by repeating what I said here throughout as a common thread, is that common values and rights precede any specific forms in cyberspace. We must respect fundamental rights and freedoms as we do in all other realms, also in the cyber realm. Freedom of speech, free and fair elections, and so forth. And that, I think, should be our guide.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, move forward.
Thank you very much, and I would like to emphasize on about the new thinking or rethinking of the matter itself, because the central point of the issue, how we're trying to do, is to see it from the perspective of technology, and we can't solve or address this problem by focusing on a singular approach and solution. So the rethinking is seeing this important issue from the perspective of people, so that we can see how we can coexist in a peaceful manner, not in the way how we handle, rather through a transformative approach. Instead of focusing on protective measure, why don't we focus on proactive measures? That's the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Mr. Flos.
Thank you. I think in closing, I would like to say that for there to be digital trust and security, we need to view one another as equals and valuable partners in making the world a safer place for all of us. Global North, Global South, whatever geopolitical position in the world, all of us need to be equal partners and not where one is disadvantaged in a partnership. So equitable partnerships that are transparent and where all of us can come out as winners and not some as those who basically just come out as the bait at a time when all of us value our citizens and value our security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Yoshida.
Thank you. We propose the concept of a data-free flow with trust in Osaka, G20 Osaka Summit in 2019. And where trust exists, we can accelerate the data flow. So, however, the important thing is that trust should not be made only by one stakeholder, not only by government, not only by business. Trust should be fostered through multi-stakeholder approach. And we want to discuss further on this issue also. Japan is hosting an IGF meeting next year. And we are looking forward to discussions on various issues discussed or to be discussed here in Addis, including bridging digital divide, resilient infrastructure, disinformation, privacy and security, and data-free flow trust, emerging technologies, and so on. We are looking forward to seeing you in Japan next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cherkaseva, over to you.
Спасибо. Очевидно сегодня было, что тема информационной безопасности одна из приоритетных для всех. И Россия на протяжении 20 лет продвигает обсуждение этой темы на площадке ООН. И мы считаем, что универсальные решения должны быть именно приняты на международном уровне. Это первое. Не могу также не вспомнить прецедент с ограничением деятельности Африник. И, наверное, особенно уместно вспомнить это здесь, в Аддис-Абебе, на африканском континенте. Кейс Африник, его инициатива по получению статуса международной организации, которая обеспечивает иммунитет национальной юрисдикции, несомненно, подлежит дальнейшему рассмотрению в рамках широкой дискуссии с участием всех заинтересованных сторон в ООН. Ну и, конечно, не могу не сказать, что в последнее время Россия прошла через своего рода своеобразный глобальный цифровой эксперимент, от которого не застрахована ни одна страна. Но это испытание мы выдержали и готовы поделиться своим опытом с развивающимися странами. И, пользуясь случаем, я приглашаю всех заинтересованных стран на второй саммит Россия-Африка, который состоится летом в Санкт-Петербурге. Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Mr. Chen?
ICT is a double-edged sword. It has to be used effectively, but also in a smart manner. And I hope everyone will tweet or retweet this in your account. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bogdan-Martin?
Thank you. So I guess my takeaway would be that the urgency is there. We can't wait. We need to take large-scale joint action. We've heard some great solutions today. We need to build on that. And I think we all have a role to play, be it youth, be it women, governments, including parliamentarians, the private sector, civil society. And I would also just pick up on Emma's point about media literacy and digital literacy, and that we shouldn't underestimate what each of us can do as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jalasi.
Thank you. I believe, first of all, that all stakeholders are essential for protecting human rights online and also the rule of law. Second, UNESCO remains committed to supporting member states face the challenges of the digital age through capacity building in AI and digital transformation. We recently, within the UN Broad Commission for Sustainable Development, published a competency framework on AI and digital transformation for civil servants, which we think is useful for governments. Third and lastly, we need norms based on human rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder participation to ensure that technology is developed, used, and governed in a human-centered way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Fick, over to you.
One of the most dangerous misconceptions about technology is that it's all about the technology. And in my experience, tech problems are really about people, process, and technology in that order. So let's invest first and foremost in people. Let's do it through capacity building. Let's do it by elevating tech as a mainstream diplomatic issue. And let's do it by engaging in multi-stakeholder fora like the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Marichou, over to you.
Merci. La confiance entre les parties prenantes est indispensable pour assurer la sécurité en ligne. Et les trois piliers de cette confiance devraient être, 1, le respect du droit international. J'ai eu l'occasion de le dire précédemment. Ce qui est interdit hors ligne doit également être interdit en ligne. Le deuxième pilier, c'est l'inclusivité. L'Internet est un bien commun qui a été créé sur un modèle multipartite que nous devons préserver. Le troisième est la transparence, notamment au niveau des plateformes, par exemple dans l'utilisation de leurs algorithmes pour que les utilisateurs puissent les utiliser de la manière la plus avertie possible, tous les outils numériques. Merci.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jarsma, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we need to implement what we have agreed to. So, especially at the state level, we have all agreed that international law, including human rights law, applies online, as well as offline, obviously. So we need to implement that. Of course, capacity building is needed for that, and it's really up to the broader multi-stakeholder community to hold states accountable. Then, since this is an internet governance forum, I would like to make a distinction between technical internet governance and the internet governance of content, if you will. And the technical layer, please don't fix anything that is not broken. It is done by a multi-stakeholder community. It has never failed us. It has been functioning since its very existence. But then everything that is on the content layer, yeah, we certainly need to have a discussion there. And there we also need to be realistic because there are differences around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Norman?
Thank you very much. And I think, I believe we all in this audience, we share the values of what we want. We want peace and prosperity for our nations. And as we have clearly established, cyberspace and internet is a way to go to enable this prosperity. And also we established that cooperation and trust is the key. So let's do some action. Let's actually, for example, let's develop our e-governance systems together across borders. Let's do our whatever apps and technology solutions. Let's do them this way that many nations can use them. And this way we can really build trust between individuals, software developers, experts, boots on the ground. And then we will all have peace in cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Painter?
Thank you. I think this is a new exercise regime, the microphone exercise. So thank you. Two things. One, I think we made a lot of progress, which is great, but we have a long way to go. And I'd say that as I look at this over the time I've spent doing this, a long time, cybersecurity becomes a priority when something bad happens for about 15 minutes, and then it goes away. We can't afford that anymore. We have to make this a long-term sustainable priority. As I said, it underlies the Sustainable Development Goals, economic prosperity, human rights. So breaking down those barriers is one way to do it. A multi-stakeholder approach is another, which is critically important, and capacity building is the third. And I'd say that if you want to have more information about my organization, the GFC, you go to the website, thegfc.org. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sharrock?
Thanks, Solomon. Great discussion. Main takeaway from me is that this must be a collective endeavor, whether it's about protecting individuals and organizations from cybercrime, or defending against cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, or tackling disinformation. This has to be a collective endeavor. So there needs to be a coordinated and comprehensive strategy to strengthen defenses. This is a task that will need the private sector, the public sector, and civil society to come together in partnership. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mashagani?
Thank you. I think we need to create accessible, fair, and inclusive platforms and processes that views all stakeholder voices as equal. This will be a very good foundation for both respect and trust, and it will be a platform for and a foundation for bigger things to be built going forward. Just to quote Vincent, let's roll up our sleeve and do the work.
Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so very much to all our distinguished panelists for a very candid conversation, for shedding light on this very important topic, and for providing your very insightful perspective on how to make the internet a better, trustworthy, and a safer space. I hope we all took notes of these nuggets of thoughts and wisdom to better shape a safer digital future collectively. Please give our panelists a very warm round of applause. As we know it, the internet's success may be attributed in large part to its unique paradigm, which includes shared global ownership, open standards, and its accessible technology and policy development procedures and processes. Since its inception, the internet has achieved a remarkable success because of its transparent, collaborative, and open nature. Having said that, the internet is also going through continuous changes and challenges alongside an ever-evolving and a growingly complex world. Digital trust and security are at the core of a healthy global internet ecosystem, and they are crucial for a successful digital transformation because innovation, leadership, and socio-economic well-being are highly reliant on trust that must be earned every day from all of you. I'm very optimistic that everyone, all of you policymakers and experts, decision makers, and all of us as one big family of humanity will come together to protect and safeguard our precious digital space which we cannot fathom living without. I would like to thank the UN, IGF's organizing committee and staff, and the Ethiopian government for hosting such a beautiful forum. I hope you will get to enjoy the warm hospitality, beautiful tradition and culture, delicious food, coffee, and music of this beautiful country of ours that we call Ethiopia, the land of origins. Thank you everyone for attending our session. With that, I conclude our panel. Thank you.
check, sound check, check, sound check. Testing. Testing, sound check, testing. Testing, check, sound check, testing, testing. Testing, sound check, testing. Test, sound check, test, sound check, test, sound check, test. Test, sound check, test, test. Testing, sound check.
One. Is it? Yes, it's working. No, I can go to Kigali with you. I don't want to lose my job. I'll go to Kigali with you. No, they're all working. Because that's the big boss. It's your boyfriend.
Recording in progress.
Trial.
Testing.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to everyone, those in the room and those online. Thank you very much for joining us for the IGF 2022 Open Forum, Connecting the Digital Dots, how the UN system is supporting digital transformation and looking toward the Global Digital Compact. We have a number of very distinguished speakers with us, both here in the room and online. I am Jean-Paul Adam, and I'm the Director for Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resources at the UNECA, and I'll be moderating the session. And we are joined by, online, Mr. Dong Yu Koo, the Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization. We are joined by Mr. Junhua Lee, the UN Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Abandeep Singh Gill, the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, Dr. Cecile Abtel, the Deputy Director of the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, who's joining us online, Mr. Wei-Shun Chen, the Acting Executive Director of the UN Counterterrorism Executive Directorate, Dr. Tofik Jelassi, the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information of UNESCO, Ms. Peggy Hicks, the Director for Thematic Engagement, Special Procedures and Right to Development at UN OHCHR. We have Mr. Stephen Barreau, the Deputy to the Director of the ITU Telecommunication Development Bureau, and is joining us online. Mr. Robert Opp, the Chief Digital Officer from UNDP, also online. And Mr. Dino Delaccio, the Chief Information Officer from the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund, and who's here with us in the room on the far right, and Ms. Hélène Molinier, the Senior Policy Advisor on Innovation from UN Women, joining us online. So we have a very distinguished panel of speakers. We have a large number of people to speak. So I will ask everyone to set good examples by being very brief. But we will start, and we are delighted to be joined by the UN Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Junhua Lee, who will make a welcome statement, and then we look forward to hearing from the other panelists. So 4 minutes to you, USG.
Well, thank you. I just want to join my colleague from ECA to welcome every colleague from the UN entity for this open dialogue or open forum. I guess everyone understands the significance and importance to have that open dialogue among all the UN entities participating in the IGF. To UN DESA, to me, we are all working on this very important subject to facilitate the member states for the digital transition and the digital transformation. So then we may ask ourselves why we should have this important dialogue, open dialogue among ourselves. To me, or to the UN DESA, to the UN Secretariat, we fully understood that now war is facing serious challenges on multiple fronts, from climate change to the public health, and the conflict, the regional conflict, or the global conflict, and the economic hardship. And then we also engaged in all fronts, all these fronts, using our expertise in drawing the digital technologies to counter the impact of all those crises. So in that sense, as a global organization, we should share our best practices we have adopted along the way in accelerating the SDGs. But since we are all here and to maximize our presence in the IGF deliberation, I think the IGF is a very unique platform for us to engage with all stakeholders. But above all, we UN entities or the UN team, that we need to be engaged ourselves. So from that perspective, we believe that 2.7 billion people remained unconnected, globally speaking. And also, more importantly, being connected is not sufficient enough. So the critical thing is the vulnerable groups are empowered to meaningfully use the digital technologies. Therefore, that we must to synergize our efforts from different fronts. That's why that we attach the great importance to this UN entity dialogue. I look forward to hearing that from our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Under Secretary General, and for setting such a wonderful example from being within time. And so I have the pleasure to go first to our panelist, Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, the UN SG Special Envoy on Technology. And we want to hear from each panelist on the highlights of their organizations in advancing ICTs and supporting digital transformations in the various countries and where the UN is active, and particularly in the context of developing these synergies.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello? So there are many colleagues who will speak after me about specific areas of activities from their perspective. I just want to give a high-level overview. I think the UN is active at two levels on the digital transformation. From the perspective of the UN Secretary General, the Secretariat, there is the level of having absolute clarity on what's the right approach in terms of seizing the opportunities while managing the risks. So a lot of effort has gone into that over the past 5 years. The high-level panel on digital cooperation, the roadmap on digital cooperation, now our common agenda report, and moving into the Global Digital Compact to help countries think about the digital transformation in an end-to-end comprehensive manner. How do we manage it responsibly? How do we make sure that it is inclusive? At the end of the day, our mantra when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals is leaving no one behind. So the same applies to the digital transformation. So that high-level guidance that's been coming out over the past 4 or 5 years. And we'll build on that with the Global Digital Compact. The other level is where colleagues in different parts of the UN system, in the ITU, working very hard to boost connectivity, to build the physical infrastructure, the capacity, the cybersecurity standards, cybersecurity capacity to support that connectivity. In the UNDP, for instance, very specific concrete areas of contribution to member states based on their needs. For instance, during COVID, in the WHO, again, you see a new digital health strategy as of 2018, moving into specific areas where digital technologies can make a difference in terms of universal health coverage. So it's these two levels that are working together for the benefit of member states and all the UN's partners.
Thank you so much, and I think we see clearly how the risk and the opportunity are bound together and how we must address that. We'd now like to go online to Mr. Dong-Yu Kyu, the Director General for FAO, and we'd like to hear your views on your organization's roles in leading digital transformations.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon from Rome, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Agri-food system has been heavily affected by the recent shocks from the COVID pandemic and other challenges such as the war in Ukraine and ongoing conflict around the world, as well as by the impact of climate change. which highlighted the fragility of agro-food systems and the global consequence of local disruption. Today, close to 1 billion people are at the risk of farming in vulnerable countries, and while the 3.1 billion people cannot afford health care. This reality forces us to urgently reconsider our priorities and the need for more sustainable, resilient societies. We only have 7 cropping seasons away from the deadline of the 2030 agenda, and we need to take bold action now if we are to reach these objectives. Artificial intelligence interlinked with science and innovations, digital technology, including the connectivity and data, can provide the answers we need. Digital technology have a large potential to reduce the global inequalities. They enable farmers to access information on the price to facilitate the transaction with the intermediary. They have to trace the commodity, bridge the gap between the consumers and producers. And they can access avoiding storage by moving commodity fast, including through the use of e-vouchers and e-commerce, of course. FAO is already contributing to the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation by championing digital public goods. Since I come in the FAO in 2019, I established a digital FAO. To manage FAO, all the business now is paperless. And also we established 1,000 digital village initiatives. And also we put all the villages set good examples for digital transformation of agro-food systems. If a new dedicated digital engine, Digital for Impact, will ensure the rapid scaling up of the digital capabilities in support of transformation of ecosystems through the better and more timely access to real-time, actionable information. Second, sustainable engagement with the farmers and stakeholders to maximize their benefit from new technology. 3, improve the access to the market, credit, and insurance. 4th, access to digital enabling climate change, smart agricultural solutions. And now we established digital solutions for small island state in Asia Pacific. It's open and to all the members. And the 5th, the enhanced digitalization, emergency interaction, and the social protection mechanism. Dear colleagues, FAO.
Just to let you know, Director General, that we're a little bit tight on time. So if you could wrap up in about 30 seconds, that'd be ideal.
Okay, that's good. It's more than enough. So digital world, we depend on digital economy, agroeconomy, digital governance, and digital society. So the FAO will take a leading role for the global transformation of agro-food system for better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General. We really appreciated that link between the adoption of digital transformations and the fight against climate change, where particularly here in Africa, agriculture is the front line. We now have the great pleasure to go to Dr. Cécile Aptel, the Deputy Director for the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, who will be joining us also online. Dr. Cécile, over to you, and if we could remain within 2 minutes. Thank you.
Certainly, and thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, UNIDIR, the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, produces independent research on disarmament and international security issues, and also supports multilateral negotiations in these areas. And as such, UNIDIR has been actively involved in the topic of international ICT security for several years. Our contribution takes various forms, and our activities cover many interconnected topics to help UN multilateral efforts to maintain peace and security, as they are related also to ICTs. Our most recent activities have focused on 3 areas of action. 1, we support the operationalization of the framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. UNIDIR is part of the team that supports the chair of the ongoing open-ended working group on ICT security. These open-ended working groups, made up of member states of the UN, started its work last year in 2021 and is mandated to work until 2025. In this capacity, we facilitated the regular conduct of 2 sessions of this group in 2022, supporting dialogue and cooperation among states. In addition, we have conducted specific studies on issues such as the characterization and attribution of malicious cyber acts, international law, and confidence building measures. 2, we strengthen cyber crisis management mechanism. We have designed and conducted virtual and in-person engagement with different regional organizations around the world to better explore the management at the policy level of international cyber incidents, with a view to exploring the various policy tools available to member states at the national, regional, and international level to manage cyber incidents and de-escalate them rather than let them escalate. Third and last, we contribute to confidence building. We continue to convene multi-stakeholders events on some of the most pressing issues in cyber discussion, such as the protection of critical infrastructure. In addition, we continue to expand a cyber policy portal that is a repository of national cybersecurity laws as a way of helping to build confidence measures between UN member states. Again, these are just some of UNIDIR contributions toward building a more peaceful, safe, and secure world, offline and online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abtel, and making that link between the work on cybersecurity and addressing threats with the principle of digital transformation. And from that segue, it gives me a great pleasure to go to Mr. Wei-Shun Chen, the Acting Executive Director of the UN Counterterrorism Executive Directorate. And how does the work of your organization contribute to digital transformation?
Thank you. I wish to highlight the following 3 areas. First, I think the security, development, and human rights are the 3 catchphrases of the organization. And we should really look at the issue from these 3 angles, which are mutually complementary and reinforcing. The second area, CITED, has these 3 key mandates of the Security Council. Namely, we conduct assessments of the member states. Second, we are facilitating delivery of technical assistance. Third, we identify new trends and challenges, as well as effective practices regarding the ICT, the security areas. We have found that there are many needs and also the gaps in this area. So we have already recommended to the member states for consideration of actions, as well for the technical assistance providers for follow-ups. The Delhi Declaration adopted by the committee in India has asked CITED to work in this area, in particular in preparing the non-binding principles covering new trends and challenges, including ICT. The third area, I think the UN should continue to intensify its activities and engagements with the 3-pronged approach, which is also the 3 catchphrases, all of government, all of UN, all of society approach. I think in this regard, the UN Global Counterterrorism Compact with 44 entities and also with CITED inside should be one of the useful vehicles to address the security issues of the ICT. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chen, and for illustrating how counterterrorism goes beyond simply dealing with threats. You mentioned assist, identify, and I think this is going to be key to our work on digital transformation. I would now like to go to Dr. Tawfiq Jalassi, the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO. And we would love to hear from you on the work that UNESCO has been doing on digital transformation.
Thank you. As you know, UNESCO is a specialized UN agency in charge of, at least the mandate says, building peace in the mind of men and women. How we do that? By promoting the free flow of information and ideas with multiple stakeholders, civil society, the 193 member states, academia, research institutions, and other key partners. We have been advocating for a human-centered approach to technology development and use, and we have been promoting the Rome X framework. The 4 letters stand for human rights, open, accessible, and multi-stakeholder approach, dealing with cross-cutting issues. To date, 44 countries have used the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators to conduct national digital assessment. Contribution is the last year's UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is the first normative instrument of its kind in the field of AI. More recently, competency framework on AI and digital transformation for civil servants and public sector organizations, but also capacity building training over 24,000 judges and prosecutors on international standards in human rights, safety of journalists, and the freedom of expression. Let me here conclude by mentioning our next February global conference called Internet for Trust, regulating social media to ensure information is a public good and not a public hazard or public harm. We are doing this through regional and thematic consultations on such important issue. Again, how to regulate digital platforms while ensuring freedom of speech online. It's a very thin line. It's quite a challenging balancing act that we are facing. We invite you all to join us in Paris next February for this global conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think you've illustrated as well, for example, for developing countries, these emerging technologies, huge opportunity, but we have to manage them in the context as well of risk. Delighted now to go to Ms. Peggy Hicks, who will also share with us the perspectives on digital transformations from the perspective of UN Human Rights Office.
Great, thanks so much. So happy to be with you. I think the starting point for work of the UN Human Rights Office in this sector is to really emphasize how we see the human rights framework as an essential tool, not a hammer, but a tool that can help states, companies, and civil society in our efforts to navigate the digital world. How do we embed human rights throughout the design, development, and deployment of tech? Now, we do that through working with all of the sectors, a multi-stakeholder approach, if you will, with governments, with business, and with civil society. With governments, part of what we're looking at is how we can provide technical assistance and support to allow them to address some of the critical challenges that they face in regulating artificial intelligence and its impacts on privacy, or, for example, the impacts of online content regulation on freedom of expression. Those are tough questions, as my colleague just mentioned, and we have, we hope, useful guidance developed through working through the various models, but looking for very much context-specific approaches. We also think that guardrails can be set through human rights about how we use digital technology in particularly sensitive human rights sensitive areas, such as in law enforcement or in the delivery of essential public services like social protection and health. We're also looking at meaningful connectivity and the need to end internet shutdowns as part of that. With businesses, we're working to make sure they live up to their obligations under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, and we have a BTech project that engages with the major companies across these platforms, and looking at how they can do their homework in terms of investigating and mitigating human rights risks before they happen, so a preventive approach. We're looking at expanding that project and are developing a BTech Africa approach for this year as well. And finally, we believe that civil society has an absolutely crucial role to play in this, and we want space for them. So that means protecting online space, accessing digital security and technology for them, and making sure that we all do our part in making the digital online space a place where they can engage safely without threat of intimidation or reprisal based on their engagement online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hicks. And we have heard very clearly on how we can't address digital transformations without human rights and in a manner which is inclusive and protecting the rights of all individuals. We'll go to Mr. Stephen Barreau, the Deputy to the Director of ITU Telecommunication Development, who will be joining us online from ITU. Mr. Stephen Barreau, if we can hear from you, the role of ITU in promoting digital transformations.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone.
As the UN specialized agencies for ICTs with 155 or more than 155 years of history, ITU builds on its technical expertise, which has been trusted for more than 15 decades to make possible the networks and services that have ensured that initially telephones, then telecommunications, transitioning to ICTs, and now digital are safe, secure, and effective enablers across all of our member states. We've just concluded our 2022 Plenipotentiary Conference, and a key outcome established that sustainable digital transformation, joining our universal connectivity mandate, as central pillars for ITU's new strategic plan for the coming years. We recognize that everyone together must get serious about finding a rapid way to bridge our chronic digital divides and to ensure safe, secure connectivity as a foundation for global digital transformation for everyone, everywhere. As we emerge from the last few years of lockdowns and attendant physical disconnectedness, digital has come to lie at the core of every single facet of our societies, every sector, every industry, and every government services. And concurrently, the lack of access to digital networks and services, or the inability to use those through lack of digital skills or economic means, is creating a new underclass that ITU's latest data reveals almost 2.9 billion people are still offline, and 96% of those live in the world's low-income nations. Those digitally excluded risk never being able to catch up. But we recognize that this needs collaboration. So recently we launched in 2021 our Partner to Connect Digital Coalition with the aim of catalyzing action and commitment around universal connectivity. The pledging platform connected to that attracted connectivity commitments so far with more than US $29 billion. And through more than 550 pledges from private companies, governments, UN agencies, and NGOs, and the broader international development community. Some other partnerships, because partnerships is key to the future, include GIGA, which is an ambitious partnership we have with the UNICEF to connect every school on the planet to the internet. And I also want to mention the World Summit on the Information Society, with the process for which is an excellent example of digital cooperation within the UN system that already exists in the global effort to achieve the Sustainable Digital Development Goals through the implementation of ICT and digital-related action lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barreau. We appreciate your highlighting the digital divide and the need to address it, and I think there's nowhere more relevant for us to speak about this than in Africa. We would now like to move to Mr. Robert Opp, the Chief Digital Officer of UNDP, who's also joining us online, and we'd love to hear from you, Mr. Opp, on how UNDP is leading these digital transformations.
Thank you very much for having me on the panel. It's a pleasure to be with you. You know, I think the COVID-19 pandemic was a watershed moment for us, like many others, where we realized just how important the digital divide was in terms of being an impediment to development. And there's no question now that we all see digital technologies as crucial for the future of development. It also brought a better understanding of some of the risks that have been mentioned by other speakers, like misinformation, data privacy, human rights online. So it really, I think, is allowing us to move beyond the techno-optimism that we might have seen a few years back. And in UNDP, that has translated into developing a very inclusive and people-centered approach to digital transformation. And that really works on two levels.
We seem to have lost Mr. Opp in the room. We can see you speaking, but we can't hear you. I'm grateful if the technical team could address this.
Accelerator labs on the ground
okay.
are also helpful for this. When it comes to then looking more holistically at digital transformation, we're working with over 40 countries on what does whole of society digital transformation look like. So for example, it might be doing a readiness assessment for digital work, it might be doing digital strategy development, or a national digital compact, which we've done in countries like Mauritania, Moldova, Lebanon, and many others. And there's one last thing that I would like to highlight, which is, hasn't come up really in this conversation, although I know it's in others, which is around how can we start to move toward building a community among countries on sharing and reusing the digital approaches and architectures that are available. So it's looking at how do we build a network and a global community of digital public infrastructure that leverages digital public goods and really allows us to work together as a community. And with this, we're working with organizations like the Digital Public Goods Alliance, the Tech Envoys Office, our partners at ITU, the Gates Foundation, and others. And we're currently working in about 15 countries right now in scaling up these architectures. So just a few things out there in terms of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Opp. And we appreciated you emphasizing this role for national digital compacts and building on that and sharing digital architecture. I'd now like to go to Mr. Dino Dell'Accio, the Chief Information Officer from the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund. We'd love to hear from you how we can implement these digital transformations in the context of your work.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I believe and I hope that the experience of the UN Pension Fund is an example of how the United Nations practices what it preaches. Internally, in accordance with the UN Secretary General Strategy on New Technology, the Pension Fund developed its own digital transformation. The most significant outcome of this was in 2021, when we deployed into production a digital identity solution for more than 80,000 beneficiary and retirees of the UN Pension Fund who reside in 193 countries around the world. This initiative addressed a very critical problem because for the first time, we digitalized the only process that within the pension fund had never been automated. It basically represented a real digital transformation because for 70 years, retirees and beneficiaries of the UN Pension Fund had to demonstrate that they were still alive in order to continue to receive their payment. However, this process was supported only by a paper-based form, which was annually mailed by the pension fund to the 84,000 individuals and by them signed and returned to the pension fund using 193 postal services. I'm sure you can appreciate how this, over the years, was always prone to a lot of problems. Delays or sometimes no receipt of the certificate, which created a situation where the fund was forced to suspend payments. This was a problem that finally we were able to address using the new technologies mentioned by the UN Secretary General in his strategy. We use biometrics, specifically facial recognition, and we use blockchain. This system allows to provide 4 proofs: proof of identity, proof of existence, proof of transaction, and proof of location, with the added benefit of also providing proof of impact from an environmental point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dell'Accio, for this wonderful example, which I think has applications in so many countries looking to undertake digital transformations. Our final speaker in this first round is Ms. Hélène Molinier, joining us online from UN Women, and we'd love to hear from you on how UN Women are driving these types of digital transformations.
Thank you very much. And there are 2 things that I would like to highlight among the many initiatives implemented by UN Women. And the first one is the Multi-Stakeholder Action Coalition on Technology Innovation for Gender Equality, which was launched last year in Paris at the Generation Equality Forum. And it's a space for co-creation, for exchanging ideas, for exchanging experience, but also for making public commitments. And it has led hundreds of governments, private sector, civil society, and UN organizations to join forces and see how we could have a greater impact and boost meaningful connectivity for women and girls that are the most at risk of being left behind by the digital transformation. And so we've seen countries make concrete commitments to bridge this gender digital divide, but also to build more inclusive innovation ecosystem, to develop gender responsive technology, and to fight tech-facilitated gender-based violence. And much of this work is now influencing the preparation of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW, which will take place in March next year on this very topic. And it's the first time the Commission will holistically review the theme of innovation and technology from a gender perspective. And so it's an incredibly important step to shape the global normative framework in this area. We are working now with member states, with civil society partners, in the hope that this will be the occasion to send strong messages, especially on the need to explore new avenues to adopt human-centric and gender-responsive approach to digitalization, a much greater focus also on feminist principles of inclusion, of intersectionality, and of systemic change. And so for this occasion, we have gathered together more than 45 experts who have prepared expert papers on the subject. They will be all put online next week and hopefully will be helpful for the community. They cover a wide range of topics with a gender perspective, especially you will find analysis of the gender dimensions of the digital divide. You will look at solutions to address stereotypes in STEM education.
Just to let you know, Ms. Molinier, that we are at time, so maybe I can give you 30 seconds to complete.
Okay, I'm done. So this paper covers also digital finance services, artificial intelligence, and many others. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm really sorry, we just want to have a second round, and we really appreciated this insight into the gender dimensions. We now have an opportunity in this second round to go to the panelists to get their perspectives on how the whole of the UN system can work together to support the vision outlined by the Secretary General in the Global Digital Compact. And I'd like to start with Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill to hear your thoughts, and I'd invite each panelist, if we can remain within time, to focus on perhaps one thing, because then we can put that together as one of the outcomes as part of the UN delivering on this very important instrument.
I think we have two very important events coming up. In 2023, the midterm review of the SDGs, and in 2024, the Summit of the Future, at which a Global Digital Compact has been proposed to be adopted. This is a unique opportunity for different UN organizations who, as you've heard today, are doing commendable work, both on the opportunity side, but also on managing the risks and addressing some of the misuse, to come together and present a more compelling and more ambitious set of initiatives to member states. For instance, I think we need an end-to-end vision, a common blueprint of sorts on the digital transformation, which combines the capacities, the assets of different UN organizations, and makes them available at the country level for the benefit of member states. Similarly, we need to move to the next stage of deploying data for addressing specific SDGs, the green transition, agriculture, food security, health. So pooling data together in line with the commons vision, the digital commons vision, the data commons vision that the SG has laid out. And finally, the Global Digital Compact is an opportunity to refresh our thinking on norms, on principles, shared principles, that can then be landed in the practice of both governments and other stakeholders, so that the digital transformation works for everyone and respects human rights and human agency.
Thank you so much, the Secretary General. And I'm delighted now to go to Mr. Dong Yu Q from FAO Online to get your thoughts on what is the priority to deliver on the Global Digital Compact. Mr. Dong Yu Q, perhaps, okay, it seems like we have lost you for now, so we'll go to Dr. Cécile Abtel, also online. What is the priority for delivering on the Digital Compact?
Thank you. There are several priorities, and one of them is to really keep the cyber domain safe. And we've seen so that they can then be the maximization of the potential for member states in cyber transformation and digital transformation. I think it's important to really see that the UN system entities can work together in support of the Global Digital Compact, and in fact they do work together. I will give you just 3 short examples of such collaborative work UNIDIR has undertaken over the last few months in the areas of cyber security and cyber stability. One, in collaboration with UNITA, we have organized capacity building programs that bring together virtually some 50 participants each time, mostly from developing countries, to discuss and cover cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. Two, in collaboration with UN DPPA, we have studied the cyber dimensions of ongoing conflict and their impact. Three, UNIDIA is an active member of the UN Cyber Hub, an interagency coordination group through which we have facilitated briefing on digital technologies in the context, for instance, of security sector reform initiatives, showing the breadth of digital issues and how the UN can work together. Maybe just to conclude, overall, UN collaboration toward the Global Digital Compact is crucial to maintain peace and security in the cyber domain, because responsibly managing this domain requires a multi-stakeholders and also a multidisciplinary approach. Together, we can reach different stakeholders and therefore a wider audience, utilize and combine the different strengths of all involved UN entities so as to best support member states maximize safely the full potential of digital transformation for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cecile. And it's been interesting to see how those different strands come together. Moving on to Mr. Wei-Shun Chen, we'd like to hear from you how your organization sees the priority for the Global Digital Compact.
Thank you. I think for the security aspect, see that together with the other entities of the UN Global Counterterrorism Coordination Compact, we'll be able to invest heavily, I think, into this exercise. However, there are two issues I wish to stress that with the enhanced synergy and information sharing among UN country teams and the UN Resident Coordinator's Office, with the UN entities at the headquarters, we will be able to make progress. The second one is that we must try our best to avoid duplication, repetition, competition among the UN family entities, because we need to strengthen our common but differentiated efforts in order to achieve the vision as described by the Secretary General for his, I think the Global Digital Compact. In this regard, I think the beauty of the UN family is that the entities within one UN family, they have their own respected but also different function of the entity, which will help to achieve the objective of the Global Digital, I think, Compact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that role of ensuring that information flows freely within ourselves is the first step towards ensuring that it flows outside as well. Dr. Jelassi, from your perspective, what would be the main interventions required for the Global Digital Compact?
I mentioned earlier our work on the Internet universality indicators, our Rome approach, our forthcoming regulatory conference on digital platforms. These are some specific projects that we believe can serve as inputs to the Global Digital Compact. More broadly, besides, of course, our work with the Office of the UN Tech Envoy, we have been working with ITU within the context of the UN Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, with the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, on freedom of speech, on safety of journalists, on ending impunity for crimes committed against media workers, with UN DESA on the International Decade on Indigenous Languages, which we are launching on December 13, and this goes from 2022 to 2032. So a number of key projects which we believe are impactful with other UN entities. I think the common denominator is how can we really apply human rights online? How can we contribute to creating a code of conduct for public information integrity? How can we create the Global Digital Compact to ensure an open, safe, accessible, and free internet? And to conclude, I think the coordination, as it was mentioned a minute ago, the coordination within the UN family is critical for all of us in order to speak with one voice. We are not in competition, for sure we are not. We are complementary to each other. And we should really ensure that 1 + 1 = 3, not 2.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jelassi. I think we are all multipliers. We're aiming to multiply our efforts, and I think you've put that extremely well. Over to Ms. Hicks. from the human rights perspective, how do we deliver on human rights through the Global Compact?
Okay, thank you. Broadening the question a bit, just how we deliver on, as the UN, on global digital rights and how we can input into the compact. I think the most important starting point is around the engagement of civil society within the process. This is an area where we've learned a lot in the last 2 years during COVID, and we need to learn more, but we need to ensure meaningful participation, and for meaningful participation to happen, we have to live up to our responsibilities to provide protection as well. And we need to really work at how we do that. And we've seen that in the context of other global conferences and work, and there's more that can be done. The second point I'd make is that I think we as the UN system have to look at how we are setting good models that can be brought into this process, and that involves, of course, human rights due diligence within the UN system in terms of our actions regarding digital technologies. And we're leading an interagency group right now that's working on how we can deliver better on that work under a mandate from the Secretary General, looking at how we can all make sure that we are using digital technologies in a way that respects and eliminates human rights risks from digital technologies. We have a session on that later in here. And third, you won't be surprised to hear me say we need to look at and make sure that we are speaking as one voice. I appreciate the points made on that, particularly in my case with regard to how we bring in human rights into the process and make sure that we are not in our own actions trying to undersell or underemphasize it, but looking at how human rights can be a valuable tool that can be used within the process to create a strong and effective UN engagement within the Global Digital Compact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I know that we're all looking to make sure that this is a reality. Going to Mr. Stephen Barreau online, from the ITU perspective, what is priority in terms of delivering on the Global Digital Compact?
Yes, thank you. And I think my first statement would be that what is priority is us all committing to the Global Digital Compact. You know, this represents a recognition by the UN Secretary General of the importance of digital to our future and the impossibility for the engagement or our engagement in any one sphere to encompass the true breadth of the challenge before us. Our common agenda has the potential to be the true game changer toward a safe, secure, and inclusive digital future for all. At ITU, we've done a lot of work on how to achieve digital transformation, but one thing is crystal clear. Collaboration between different actors involved is critical, and only by aligning our expertise across the UN can we even hope to help governments, civil society, and industry and people to drive the collaborative effort that will achieve transformation. For this, though, we need to agree on and build a framework that enables us all to cooperate more effectively, both internally within the UN and with all stakeholders, so that we can build digital societies at a national and global level. And I really think the Global Digital Compact provides this. So at ITU, we've traditionally brought together stakeholders, many stakeholders. Our own membership is built on as a multi-stakeholder group. But we want to help lead and help this development of digital to be a glue that binds us all and takes us forward as a larger, fairer, and more inclusive whole. I mentioned some of our specific initiatives like WSIS, Partner to Connect, and GIGA, but we are firmly committed that partnership and collaboration is the way. So we're seeking to work closely with, I see the UN Tech Envoy on this panel and his office, to share what we've learned from our own work and to help that office to define and devise ways that the UN can press forward with a more collective approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This collective approach, I think, has been demonstrated already on this panel, but I think there's also recognition that there's a lot for us to do, and we're determined to make that happen. Moving to Mr. Robert Opp from UNDP's perspective, speaking online, what for you is the first thing we do to deliver on this digital compact?
Thank you, Jean-Paul. I hope you can hear me this time. I understand there were some technical difficulties last time.
It was only for 30 seconds, so it was not so bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I assure you those 30 seconds were the most profound statements that you would have heard all day, but anyway, I'm sure that they'll be okay. So I think, you know, the Global Digital Compact is really our big opportunity of this generation to unite us behind common principles that are shared in multiple stakeholder groups, right? So it also allows us in the UN system to match the normative work being done with the field implementation. And so some of the panelists have talked about, you know, digital rights and what that means and that kind of level, but really making it translate on the ground is where we would put the emphasis in terms of UNDP's effort in this. So it's really a joint effort. The point that I would make is that every country in the world is building their digital infrastructure right now. And they will either do that in a way that is inclusive and responsible and behind these sort of common principles that we're talking about, supported by a coherent and efficient and effective UN system, or they'll find another way of doing that. And so this really is, I think, needs to be the kind of driving purpose behind what we in the UN do in working in partnership to not be fragmented, but rather be coherent and strategic in our approach in really looking toward inclusive digital transformation that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate how much the 30 seconds matter when each person is only speaking for less than 2 minutes. I think you've underlined a very critical point, in particular, I think in Africa, where we are building infrastructure while doing the regulations at the same time. And that requires a specific type of support that I think the UN must adapt to be able to deliver. And I think there are good examples of where we're able to do so. And we appreciate UNDP's role on the ground in that context. Moving to Mr. Dino Dell'Accio, to hear from you, and we really appreciate the previous example, the practical example from the UN Pension Fund, and how you see the role of your organization in delivering in this Global Digital Compact.
Thank you. I will mention 4 elements. So first and foremost, to celebrate success. We were very pleased that be the recipient of the United Nations Secretary General Award on Innovation and Sustainability. This in turn gave me the privilege to lead a working group on digital transformation within a body that exists across the UN, the Digital Technology Network. We created a specific working group on digital transformation to define together all the CIOs of the various UN entities, going back to the comment that we made before, to avoid duplication, to share best practices, to define what success is, and to also identify key performance indicators to be measured and to report to our stakeholders and governing body. Third, we have a common denominator within the UN system. In implementing and developing this solution, we work very closely with the United Nations International Computing Center. The UNICC has a mandate to provide ICT support and services across the UN system, and this, in our case, was very beneficial. Indeed, this solution developed at the UN JSPF gave input to a wider, broader solution. We are now working together with other 5 UN entities, UNHCR, UNDP, World Food Programme, and UNICEF. We are working on creating the UN digital ID for all UN staff around the world. And this is also being recognized as meeting at least 4 of the 8 principles of the Global Digital Compact. For example, digital inclusion, strengthening digital capability building, protecting human rights, in this specific case, digital identity, demonstrating how the physical legal identity can and should be recognized also in the digital world, and finally, creating and building digital trust by using, for example, new technology such as a blockchain that creates immutable evidence and record of the transaction that have been established and processed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think that's a great recipe. Celebrate success and replicate and at scale. Moving to Ms. Hélène Molinier online to hear from UN Women in terms of your perspectives on what a successful global digital compact looks like.
Thank you. One of our priorities for the Global Digital Compact is to foster multi-stakeholder collaboration. And what we have already launched is a joint statement, and we launched it at the General Assembly last September, and it has now been endorsed by more than 60 stakeholders, and really calling on partners to place gender equality at the heart of the Global Digital Compact. And we're really humbled by the support that it has received. It sends very clear messages, both on the process and on the content that we hope to see endorsed, and making sure that there will be a participatory and inclusive development approach, and making sure women and marginalized voices will be fairly represented in the preparation. What we've seen at UN Women is that it's really important to bring people together. For the CSW work, we have more than 15 UN entities that have been coming together and prepared the SG report that will be used for the negotiation. And it's a first, and we see that it really enriched the development of the report, and it's hopefully making this type of documents and then the type of norms that will come out of it very much relevant across sector and useful as a building block to the compact. So as I mentioned, the joint statement is covering a wide range of priorities that we hope to see included and put forward. And our role at UN Women is to make sure that we'll bring people together, champion this topic, make sure that all our partners will take part to the open consultation that has been launched by the Tech Envoy Office and provide their own individual input to the platform and be active participants in the consultation organized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Molinier. And I think we've been delighted to hear from all of our panelists. And just perhaps, as the moderator, I will bring some concluding remarks, and I promise to be within my own rules that everyone has respected with such discipline. And firstly to say, I think this panel was really about the UN challenging itself, challenging ourselves to build on what each other is doing, replicate it and scale it, and ensuring as well that there is impact on the ground. I think there is also recognition that in some cases we need to be perhaps more directly relevant to the needs of our stakeholders, in particular member states, and ensure that there is context-specific action that can be taken, and addressing this as well in terms of the types of policies that are relevant to the specific needs of countries, but which also speak to the universality of certain principles, including around human rights. And I think there is a determination for us to bring all our resources together to make the Global Digital Compact something which is an accelerator of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and allows us to really get back on track. And I think it's very symbolic to be having this kind of conversation, this kind of challenge to ourselves here in Addis Ababa at the heart of the African Union, recognizing that if we are to achieve the SDGs, it's about truly transforming African economies, moving away from simply having export of raw resources, but really having transformative impact, and this is through digital transformation. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Everyone told me that it was impossible to have 12 UN panelists and remain within time. We started a little bit late, and we actually have ended within the hour that we had set ourselves. Thank you to our panelists. You've done a fantastic job, all of you. And thank you as well to the audience. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Amasaganala. And we will have a photograph.